Vicky, hi. Welcome back. How have you been? How's everything? Larkin, hi. Welcome on in. Why did you send me money? I mean, I appreciate it, but why? Why? Welcome on in. I was surprised. You know, yeah. Why? I think I'm listening to the wrong station right now, which is really bad for
Techig
things.
just resubscribed for 2 months. Oh yeah.
Like those for the resub. Vicky, welcome back. Uh, that is the most sleepless night thing you could do. But I appreciate it. If your default of I can't sleep, let's send some money to I feel like that's a good thing for me. I'm taking it. I'm taking it. Yeah. Cybersect, hi, welcome on in. Also, Tiki, why did you resub? I appreciate it, but same thing. Why? Welcome back again. Where we at? Here, here. Where's the button? The right button? Right here. Good button. I have good hair today. I'm impressed by myself. I feel like the hair is good, and I feel like the fluff is good. The shine is right, and it's not that tangled. It is tangled, but it's not that tangled, and it is nice. However, it is fucking 35 degrees outside, so I'm dying. But other than that, yeah, we're good. We're good. I have a lot of news. I have a lot of news. It's so good. Sorry. So on Wednesday stream, which was chaotic as fuck, but that's fine. That happens. We had not much done on the app. We had some things, but it wasn't really working. And then I decided to entirely revert what I was saying. So I had technical stuff. Let me just, you know what? Let me just start the thing in question so that you can see on the sides. Um, Basically, this thing was working only and solely on GRDB, which is a subset of SQL, SQL, Squeal, or SQLite thing in order to get the data somewhere. Right? That's very the basics. And I had the entire app running on that, and it was good, but not great. And appreciate it. And therefore, I reverted. I fully reverted the reversion that I did the day before. Anyways, now it's working. So we now have this, which I think Stony would be impressed and potentially proud. I don't know. This thing in the center, that tiny thing right there, I did that myself. I wrote the code myself. So this thing is a choice picker where you have cards and you can just swipe them left and right, and that's impressive. Obviously, I followed tutorial, right? So someone else wrote the code, but you know, I still I did that. And yeah, now because the idea is to have a top pick in the beginning of the day and potentially a fallback if you want to. I have two cards in the starting point of the app that just gives you the ability to just oh yeah, this is my topic, and then you go there, and then you have this, which is the new version of the details. So taking the notes of uh, the perfume that we have in display, it then adapt to the colors based on the family, based on plenty of things. And so this one is kind of blue. If we go to the other one, it's going to be kind of green and orange and muddy and things because it's a greener perfume things. And yeah, it's very, very, very subtle. It's way too saturated right now because I need to see what I'm doing, but it's working. and it's working on every entries. Like you can, if I go into Paragon, for example, which is more purple E, we have like notes that are like way more colorful, and it might be a bit too much, specifically on this one, just on this one. But it's really nice. So yeah, that was today, which I'm really happy with. I am really happy with the thing. However, the thing that you just saw happen right at the bottom, the color disappeared out of nowhere without really knowing why. This is the temp transition in between the color existing and the color not existing. Uh, yeah, it's kind of broken. I need to fix that. That's all me. That's all me. I know. I know. I know. But that's pretty cool. So these are the good news. What pisses me off is that it basically looks better than what I have in the gradient background here now. So I don't know if I like it, but both of these are working in light mode as well. So if you go in there and you have your perfume themed in light mode, it brings a bit less glaring flash bang slash things on the detail page, which I think is really cool. So yeah, that's a nice start. It's not great yet. There are a lot of things that I need to fix, but that's neat. Specifically that thing, I'm really happy with that. So this is coming from Sucode or Sucody. I don't know how to pronounce their name. And let me see if I can find the thing right about. That's what they have. That's the tutorial that I'm like kind of followed, and their version has way more cards. I just want two in the beginning because it makes more sense. And so I did that with just two, and it's really simple. I do like this channel a lot. If you are like a Swift dev or you want to learn Swift UI and things, it is how can I say that? I think, and I'm not sure, I think it is AI generated voice, which to be honest, I'm absolutely okay with right here. And the reason why I'm saying this is that in some videos, there are some words or things that are said in a way that make me think that is not how dev are talking about these things specifically. So the base example on this one is the Z index. He's saying Zindex as if it was one word instead of Z index. But that may be because I'm French and we say Zindex in English. I don't know. But yeah, there is that. Chris, fuck on it. So there is that, and there is also other things in other videos that have been like kind of a similar thing when I'm like, that's not how you pronounce these things. Like that makes no sense. So yeah, I followed this thing. It's a 13 minutes video. It's really, really simple. They have a ton of other things. I should just have opened the fucking channel. They have a ton of other videos that I'm gonna follow because it's that easy and it helps so much. Like I'm not kidding, but if you have like something like this, for example, and that's the thing that you want to have on your onboarding, right? Um, I feel like this is really, really good. And the fact that this is given to you for free in 16 minutes and you have the entire thing. Free. Anyways, so I followed this as well. So I used this one for Can specifically because I discovered something in that one. The fact that you can have the content transition numeric text is what is necessary in order to get the well, the transition. So if we go here, the fact that the numbers are sliding up, fading out, and blurring themselves, this is a native thing of iOS, and I didn't know that. And so I watched this video and I figured that the content transition numeric text is giving you this. And so now I have this on everything. So specifically on Can, right here, anything that is in the analytics view, which you don't really have access to, but you have access to it. Um, anything that is here is going to use these numbers will change transition. So just by having different values and things, very, very simple. These tiny numbers at the top, you can't really see that, but that's the base. And it is very much that easy. The entire draggable elements that is on that video is not necessarily useful for me, but there is plenty of them in there that I'm going to follow. The thing is, starting, I forgot exactly where, but I think around here, they started to use, again, I think, AI generated video for the voiceover, but before that, there isn't. And so it's just like music in the background, and that I don't like that. Um, it's just bad. I can't follow if someone isn't like telling me exactly how to like write the thing because I because I can't read. That's the that is the dyslexia for sure. Yeah, because I can't read. I need to hear like, oh yeah, you need to type down, or you need to explain to me why the thing's working or not working. So right now, there's just music. It's just I hate it. But yeah, no, the ones from Apple, I have watched 90% of them, I think. Anything on the Apple developer channel, I mean, I have watched all of them, most of them when they are related to me. So all of the liquid glass, all of the machine learning things. I've looked at them, specifically the MapKit one when I was looking for the map app. This one, I had to go through MapKit and understand how this works and making sure that I understand like point of interest and zoom and so on. But like that's yeah, had to, had to, and it was nice. But yeah, they have a lot. It's not as good. Um, you know, that's the thing. The the new one, the one that I shared a second ago, um, is basically much better because they explain the code, whereas Apple themselves expect you to know the code to a degree. Like it's explained, but not that much. So yeah, uh, which I understand, right? I mean, it's the Apple developer thing, and you're supposed to kind of know. And if you don't know, you're going through the foundation thing. And in the foundation videos that they have, they do explain. They say, well, this function is going to do that, and that's why we are doing this. However, on Sucodi, which we were on a second ago, um, they basically say we do use that because it does this, and we could do that instead, but this one is better in this situation, for example. So that's a good thing. But yeah, it's a very nice overall system, and for me to be able to just go in the code and then create the card itself and so on. Yeah, of course. Also to the question that you said, the app for perfume that I'm working on right now is going to be iOS 26 minimum. So I'm basically removing 90% of the user base potential right now. And I'm making sure that, it's just 26. That's it. Either you update or you don't, but you should. The reason why I'm doing this is we kind of know that the release of iOS 26 is going to be in September-ish, and I'm expecting to be able to release something soon-ish, being like September. But the 80% of iPhone have been transitioned to the next version is usually November. So by November, I should be good. Um, but yeah, to be honest, as I mean, you just came back after a while, so you don't know. Um, I'm using Claude and other AI to help me like figuring out things because I'm not a dev. What happened is when I explained to Claude directly what I was trying to do and achieve with this app, it basically said, "Oh, you're trying to build an AI on your own." Okay, so that's not feasible on anything that is not like an A16, A15 chips, which means that yeah, I'm needing like a basically iPhone 15 Pro Max baseline and then everything up, but yeah, that's yeah, I don't right now on this one I don't really care. I might do some sort of a retrograding, no, retroactive, no, retrofit maybe. I might do a check at some point to say in the settings here that the app targets is not 26 but it's like 18 something. I just know that if I do that, a lot of the functionalities that I have added are going to be marked as issues. And I kind of want to avoid that as much as I can. Also, I can't, but you know, as much as I can. The thing that I hate is the duplicate of code because you basically end up with let me go back there. Basically here you would have something that states on this one, I think nothing would be stated as 26 only, but nonetheless it doesn't matter. You would have your body with your entire content. I know I can't zoom in, don't worry about it, doesn't matter. And then you would need to have at this point right here, and if available, the same layout with the property of like liquid glass, and then else what we already have. So you have like 80 colors or 80 colors, 80 lines of code duplicated just for one property. That makes absolutely no sense to me. So yeah, like that's I would say that's the main reason. Like if I had something in the center, it's just eh, yeah, eh. Yeah. I think it's good to test on all the devices and all the like system software things, but technically speaking, I feel like the Apple is pushing to iOS 26 to be the new norm for everything because it's a unifying design language across the entire platform, and therefore, if I'm pushing for it, positive. The thing that is sad as of right now is that in the replies and the comments that I had, specifically on these ones, I think on this one, someone said, or someone asked, "Are you going to put that on Android?" And I said, "No, not yet. Not like, yeah, like that." This one was kind of sad. I wish I could, but the flexibility, I mean, I spoke at length about this before. Um, the fact that iOS give me, or not iOS, like Apple and Swift is giving me, which is to debut, it's giving bitch. It's going to not the today view apparently. Let's go to the weather services. It's giving me this. The fact that I have weather kits and core location that are like just two imports at the beginning that are built in the system, free and usable as much as I want, compared to doing the exact same thing on Android. I need to have an API key for my Google platform cloud things to get weather content. And then I did the same thing for the location, even though these are system-based stuff. I still need to go through the API system and the whole setup, and it pisses me off. Oh, you know. Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah. Uh, oh, that's interesting. I had iPad unselected in the beginning, and then I had, I mean, for CAN specifically, I had to enable it. Goddamn brain. Um, but then now on this one, because I'm using liquid glass, god damn, that damn, god yeah, damn,
Frosthern is now following.
sturdy work ordering. 100, 100 is impressive. 100 on this counter. That's good. Congrats. It was underwhelming. Yes, I agree. I agree. What was I saying? Um, yeah, I had iPad selected in the beginning on CAN, and then no, not selected in the beginning. So then when I released it was only the iPhone version on iPad, and then I had to enable it to have the iPad version working. So that means I can disable it potentially. But the the new app, because uh, I'm using this, exactly this. I know where it is. Because I'm using this. Toolbar items and placement being in navigation bar, leading, and so on, like the new iOS 26 thing. I need, which is weird, but I need to support iPad to be able to use navigation bar leading. So I don't get it. Uh, so I don't know. I don't understand. I tried because to me it doesn't make any sense. But yeah, I tried to go in there. Also, Stony, this is for you. I mean, this is not for you. This is from me to you. Be proud. That's the task for you. Uh, this is coded by hand, by my hands, following a tutorial, but writing the code by hand for everything that is like the transition and the animations and the things. Um, like whole thing. Anything that is like inside, I did like AI stuff because that's easier. But for all of the transition, that is me. I mean, that's me. That's this one. Just that tutorial, 13 minutes. A lot of this happened. I just did this all day. It's just I don't have a second monitor, which is pissing me off. But yeah, it was a bit of a mess because my dumbass forgot this at some point. There was an equal, and I put an equal instead of an equal. So not a strictly equal. I just said equal 0, and the compiler was like, I can't figure that out. And because SwiftUI is a bitch, it was giving me I can't figure that out somewhere around here, where the 00 is right there. And I was like, give me something. So yeah, so that's been done today, which is really nice, and it's doing what it's supposed to do, which is really good. It it's working, which is impressive. It is impressive. But yeah, no, I tried to do that for the iPad section. I wish I could just remove that, but for some reason, when I'm doing that, I'm getting the thing out. Like I need to not, but I mean, we're gonna see. Um, Designed for iPhone on Mac and designed for iPhone and Vision Pro. I'm fine with this. I do think that the potential of using the app on iPad is going to be really good, and using the app on Vision Pro is going to be really good as well. But like that's a for later thing. But that's interesting. That's good to know that you can't undo that. Um, you can't triple equal. Mm, mm, yeah. I mean, between this and the fact that my finger are tapping the semicolon instead of the apostrophe most of the times, that's also a thing that is not good. But yeah, no, that's working. I'm not. This is not going to work. And so this is the best preview that I have so far. Atomic Rose is just such a magnificent background with the new notes and the scent and the way that it's displayed. That it's really nice. I like it a lot. I think it's pretty good. It stands out way less on uh on stream than what I have in front of me. But yeah, you saw like the thing. Purple and pink is Paragon. I don't know if I have it on. I do have it on here. Um, I mean, it's purple and green and pink and yellow. It's basically all the colors. Paragon is just give me everything. Everything is fine. The thing that is sad, um, is that the idea that I had last night, because this is something that um, came out last night in my head, nothing else. Uh, the way that Claude did it in the first time in React was much better than what we have here. So I'm kind of sad about it, but I also don't really care. Um, Another color thing, is there any workaround to have transparency for viable in Figma without going through every single transparency percentage for every hue? No, there isn't. We have been asking for a, a percentage viable that could be added into the transparency here. Like if I'm getting that transparency opacity, you can, but this is on the layer level and not necessarily on the element color level that you want to have. And so if you wanted to have your linear gradient right here with your percentage right there being like a variable that takes a variable based on properties, you can't. That is fucking annoying. So you end up needing to do things like what we have in the One UI kit, where you end up with colors that have transparency as addition element. So if I go in there, for example, my red color has 1 to 12 with the regular colors, and then we have 1 to 12 again with transparency. So we have the alpha layer that is just basically more or less transparent. This is an absolutely useless thing. However, the reason why it's okay to do it this way is because we don't really use the same colors on everyone. Like if it was the same red exactly, and just like a change in like opacity, god damn, brain, it would make no sense. but because it's like kind of different colors every time, it's easier, simpler to just work through that. In the picker, it looks like this. So let's switching this for my sky. You type sky, and then I just type alpha, and then in alpha I have this. So I kind of know, because I know my colors, which one are which, and I usually go for 4 because it's like the right amount of things if you have something on top, if it's a background. But that's the thing. Uh, you could 100% get uh, your names with the property in there. Like, that wouldn't be an issue. But yeah, no, I use Super Palette. Itch. I use Super Palettes because it's good. That's the reason. Right now, my internet connection is just so bad. Um, so is that the YouTube link again? God damn it! That's the link. Sorry. That one. Uh, this is one of the best plugin that I have. It is a paid plugin. I just want to be straight with you. It is a paid plugin. It is a worth it paid plugin. Like, there is no question about it. Too, in my eyes, this is just that you basically need it. No questions. To bring that here, and it basically bring you every pre-made design system, color palettes, color definition that are popular enough to be integrated. So if you like Radix UI, which is what I used, it's in there. If you like Tailwind, because that's your thing, it's in there as well. Some of them have alpha, so Radix has an alpha layer, so that's really good. Some of them don't. Some of them have way more. I think the what's the name? Oh, I forgot. One of them have like 16 modes, which is crazy. And it is really, really good. It also can create a palette for you, and it can add a color based on a color palette. Let me just show you. You know what? That's going to be way faster if I just, go through that. So let's say I have super palette that is running. I think it's not going to run. Apparently today's late or slow. I'm streaming at the same time, so that doesn't help. It's not library. Let's say I'm doing a viable base on exploring color, on creating a system or something. I don't know. Yeah, something is wrong. He changed something. I am now lost, which is fine. So you're here and you have your color and you say, well, I need this to be in Xcode because that's what I need. Well, that's what I know. I need this color, which is currently my 500, to be a tad less saturated overall. And so you just put it at the same value-ish. So you know that your range is going to be around here. You know how are your split. You know that you are currently using Tailwind with 11 stops in total. So maybe you don't, maybe you just need 10 stops, right? You don't need the 11. And then your scale, you might be in need of something that is not a linear scale. You want something that is a bit more, taking a lot more time to gradually go from very light to very much colorful. So you could use like a cubic or something to get like a nice ramp on your initial two are kind of the same. So you might change your 500 to be a bit darker overall, but like that's the thing that you would do to get like nice transition. And yeah, it's really good. I like it a lot. And they do have They do have the license key, and they do have, let me go back into their website because that's where we were. They have, as far as I remember, well, they used to have, I don't know, they used to have a lifetime option. So if you see a lifetime option, use the lifetime option. But I think this is now the lifetime option. Yeah, it's just $50. I I I don't like I don't see any issues or anything holding us back from just saying, "Oh yeah, 100%." Like that. Yeah, yeah. Token Studio is very expensive. They are doing other things though. Super Palette is also doing the. I forgot if he has that. The God damn, the slowness. We have Super Design Token Studio. My bad. God damn. Which is basically the same thing. It is a combination of everything, and it brings you like so much information, so colors, tokens, variables, and so on, into one singular element, which I think is really interesting. This is not necessarily really good, but uh, you know, if uh, if you want everything at once, you know, that's gonna be the way. It's currently in beta, as said, but it's gonna help so much. Going through things. It's probably gonna get like a paid tier at some point. Um, but I don't know. But I mean, the fact that it's made by the guy that made Super Planet, I know it's gonna be good. And again, this it's really bad for me. It's bad business for me because I'm selling this, which contains the exact entirety of what is in Super Design Token. So right now, this is free. So use that instead. Don't buy my stuff. But yeah, no, this is pretty good. I like what they do. I like them as a person as well. Like they do good stuff. So we support people that do good stuff. And yeah, could recommend this. The other thing is going to be hey, brain. I need Mr. Biscuits. Uh, yeah, no. Ah, there is another one that I want to share with you because it's going to be useful for you. Um, if I could if only I could type. If only I could type. Uh, is it like a one-time thing? Is it a biscuit thing? Is it a biscuit? No. Is it gonna be faster if I go on Twitter? Yes. You know, it's way faster. Way faster. They've been working on something. God damn it! They've been working on something that I liked a lot a while back, and they talked about it right here in one of their videos, which was pretty neat. Let me see if I can find this. I think that's the one. Yes. God damn it! That took me a while. Um, I'm sad. Sorry about that. By the way, like, viable visualizer brain again. Not really dyslexic friendly these names, but this is one of the most massive visual thing. So that is basically giving you this. And it looks like it's crazy because it is, but it helps you understand the relationship in between your variable connection, your tokens, and your components and your things. And you can then, I need to zoom out to be on this one. You can then select something that is using one or more of your like variable thing. And so this element that I have, like with my core innovation thing, whatever, I could add a component inside of the view and then see which of my tokens are currently used. From there, I can say that I have like multiple things that are disconnected or visible or not visible or so on. And, you know, like I wouldn't say that it's that easy, but it's basically that easy. Where if I go into my tokens, maybe not the icons, icons are not going to be the best option. Buttons are going to be massive, but you know, whatever. So let's say I'm using this button right here. That button is selected right here. I have all of my variables that are linked to it, and I can just know like where the things are, what the things is, and you know, like do we have links to these things? Do we not have links to these things, and so on. So this is really, really good. It's really, really recommended. And the thing that we were on a second ago from this right here, and also from what this biscuit has shared in the past, if I just go back, um, this thing or this, he has like a full video explaining how things are and how to use this. It's a 14-minute video. Watch the entire thing. It is really good. And it shows you exactly how you can just use his new plugin to go through all of that without having to go through all of that. Again, it seems daunting in the beginning because it's just, it looks like a lot. But as soon as you understand how they work, you're like, okay, cool. I get it. It makes sense. It's just like I wish we had the first example because the first example is really good. Right now, specifically, this one doesn't have any viable, any components, any tokens done. So everything is like manual. But with his version, it's just you create something and then you say that you want like a secondary version. You can add or apply styles and things to it immediately. It just makes sense. I like it. I like it. Same thing. Mr. Biscuit is someone that is doing a lot of really, really good thing for the community, for the design community, and for the Figma community. And it's every time it's really impressive. So yeah, these are the links in between like your tokens and your element, the thing that is currently selected. And then you can just say, oh yeah, you know what? I don't want the black. I want something else. So let's just plug the radius into the radius and plug the color into the color, and you know, don't change something, and it's just gonna do the thing. And it's automated, so everything that you have selected is gonna be highlighted in the grid. You basically need a massive screen to be able to take advantage of this. Otherwise, you're gonna have like a small ass view on the side to make sure that you figure out what is in selection. But god damn, like I just like this. It's really nice. It's just really nice. So yeah. But yeah, super palette if you want to generate your color palettes really quickly. Super design token if you want to generate your design tokens for that. Remember that super palette is also going to generate your variables. So once you have made your color palettes and you said, well, I want that, I want this entire thing, you can just click on that thing and you can create like the variables and the tables and the things. So that's really good. Same thing for design token. You can have the colors and things. Um, if you are someone that uses styles, typically it's going to be useful. If you are someone that uses tokens or variables for your colors, design token, super design token is going to be better. And then once you have this whole massive thing done, just use this thing. Gonna be good. The last point is gonna be boilerplates. Is that the name? And then I'm gonna answer your question. I think. 1 second. Might be Figma workflows, but I have doubts. Let me check. No, that's not it. There is another plugin. If I find it, I mean, I will find it during the stream at some point if we stay on Figma, which I doubt, but we'll see. But there is one plugin now that basically gives you boilerplates that creates the pages for you in one go. So it gives you like basically the entire thing that I have here with like your thumbnails, your how to update, your release, your foundation, your whatever, but based on a design system that already exists. So if you know that you like IBM cat, oh, well done. Have a good luck. If you like the IBM Carbon design system, for example, you can easily just have the entire structure done, and then you can just fill the pages. That's really good. To answer your question about OKLCH, I love them. I just hope people understand how it works, because people don't. And yeah, that's the sad part. Then you had full graph, full color editor. So I don't know what you're talking about on the graph for color editors. That's not something that I know. But something that I do know is that OKLCH is something that I've been talking about on stream since 2021, I think. If not before, maybe 2020. 2021. It's something that I discovered in css.dev or dev.css. I forgot which folder they are. The thing from Google, and it was really impressive to see how you can have color mix and other things with your variables in CSS to make sure that you have something that has contrast, that have accessibility in like built in and so on. So that's really good. I do like it, and again, I fear people don't understand again because it's new and it's complicated. And then again, not supported by Figma. So, with that in mind, as always, I tend to avoid the tech that are not necessarily supported by the platforms that I'm going to use. So, if I know that's the case, that I'm going to build for SwiftUI, and Figma is giving me things that are Xcodes, for example, for colors. That makes no sense because SwiftUI doesn't support Xcode. I know, groundbreaking. It supports dot color, and if you want hex codes, you need to have like a modifier somewhere that define your RGB things because it doesn't support RGB by default either. Dumbasses. Anyways, that's Apple, that's fine. So with that in mind, I know that I basically need for sure in my Figma file, if I do my Figma file right here, I need to have all of my colors to be dot green, dot blue, dot something, so that when I'm duplicating, I'm using the right thing. So right here, for example, I have a stroke of black. This might, shall be replaced by a dot black. And that is the way that I should do the things. But yeah, it's really nice code-wise. It's CSS.dev. It's not. It's web.dev. God damn it, I was right. Um, I think it's in the blog of web.dev, and they had something about colors and OKLCH a long time ago related to what's new in CSS. But, also this one, yes. I'm going to click on that. It's going to be faster. I need to reconnect to the chat. Oh, Twitch, be good. Yes, that's another one. It is really good. We should, you know what? We should do that. What should happen? In the resources, right there, so that everyone has access to it. Thank you for sharing the link. But yeah, this is really really nice. The thing is, basically, OKLCH is a transformation of the cell thing. The whole color spectrum that we have on CSS and on dev and on device is weirdly enough extremely limited. And the whole color spectrum that we can see is extremely limited as well. So I at some point there are things that I'm like, I don't bother. You're gonna just waste some time in trying to understand it. It doesn't change much. In your head, if it's easier for you, you can think of them as HSL and HSB, so brightness or lightness, two different things. But it's basically the same concept. So you want something that is brighter, you want something that is darker, and you want something that is like more vibrant, less vibrant, something that has more green, less green, and so on. The thing that is good, as you can see, the chroma, the vibrancy of a color, is getting dimmed down or up based on the hue that I'm selecting, in order for me to keep a unified vibrancy of chroma in my color scheme. So the example that I give every time is the old material design, but we have it on this file as well. If you look closely at this chart thing right here, let me just zoom out. It's a bit more complex because you can't really see that, but you might be able to notice that the blue and green are less vibrant than the reds. They are less visible. Like this thing is darker, and then the blue is coming here more vibrant in there, and so you have a bit of an S curve-ish. We talked about it before, and that is basically what the OKLCH is mandating while you are moving through your hues. So instead of saying that all of my 900, for example, are the exact same level of lightness, it's going to shift to make sure that it is aligned with the rest of the colors. And for something like this, when you just switch through it, you can see that like right here, basically on the green, in order to get similar vibrancy and uniform tones, we need to change the chroma to be like so low compared to blue, because blue needs way more chroma to be able to be as vibrant as green. That is the concept. Small details. But the thing that is good is I think web.dev, what's new in CSS? I forgot. I probably for sure. I probably for sure did it because it was nice. In there we had colors. I mean, accent color was the thing, but it's like also kind of different. Not necessarily the thing. I think the HWB is the thing that I was talking about in my head, which I haven't said right now. Don't worry about it. Is going to give you like way more information about the color contrast and ensuring that you have enough readability with like color mix and other things. This whole article from 2022, which again I said that we were talking about it a long time ago, is really good. Highly recommended. Even though things have been updated, a lot of them have been really good right now since then. For color contrast specifically. And then we have all the browser supports during that release. So I don't know if this is like something that is updated manually or automatically. That's the case. That's really good. But because I don't remember having all of them green. So now that means that most of these things have been implemented in most of the browsers, which again means that most of the things are going to be good. So well, we like that. We like that. The color mix is the thing that I do like a lot. And the reason number two, now that I like them a lot, is because we do have color dot mix in SwiftUI to make sure that you have something that just makes sense. So, for example, if I still not a dev, Stony, still hashtag not a dev, that still not, still not. If I get that, and let's say I'm getting a rectangle, and that rectangle is getting color dot blue, which is that happened. God damn it! I think it's color dot blue, or is it like rectangle? No, it's my bad. See, not a dev, not a dev. That's not the thing. I should foreground, even though not necessarily the thing that you want to see. But anyways, and then we need a frame, and that frame is going to be 400 is kind of massive though. A rectangle. You know what? Uh, in here, we now have the ability to say dot gradient, which is something that I like a lot because it's just simply giving you that subtle gradient thing, and you don't really care about it, right? It's very simple. You just say, well, I want the fucking thing to be gradiented, and that's gonna work by default on iOS SwiftUI colors. But you can now also do mix, and you say you want to mix with dot black, for example, by I don't know something. God damn it, something like 0.5 or something. So you get the ability to get a color mix on top of your content. And so if you just want to get something that is more contrasty in terms of Swift UI, you can use primary because primary is going to be black on like black on light mode and dark on light, sorry, black on light mode and white on dark mode. So therefore, you end up with something that is just giving you the nice overall array of things to get your entire uh, scale of color just by using the initial dot blue, which means that if I have my initial color, which I think is in the am I about to do that? Maybe. Um, think I think that works. Unsure. Um, I should do for each here, but I don't care. It doesn't matter. That's not that's not what we're supposed to do. Um, yeah, something's not working. Um, Spacing of 16. I think this color blue is not necessarily working, but um, you can do that with uh, with the new mix. And so going back to what I said, I don't know, 6 years ago, the fact that you can use your main color as color dot blue being here, and then you say, well, technically, I just want the thing or the color of my client is red now. It's not blue anymore. You can just change this to color dot red, and then, you know, you can have that. What do you mean by chaining gradients? Because I don't know what that is. You asked about it, but I don't know what that is. Also, right now, it's really having a hard time. Um, you mean color dot gradient, for example? Dot mix? I think there is like uh, a reordering that needs to happen, but yeah, like it's a dot mix dot gradient or something. I think yeah, like this. But yeah, you can. However, dot gradients is an annoyance because it's only vertical and it's only light at the top and dark at the bottom. You can't do like a gradient dot inverse or something like this. Like it's just it doesn't exist. Even like a dot reverse, I tried. It doesn't exist. So it pisses me off because it's not. I mean, it could just be simpler and allow you to say, oh, it's a gradient from left to right. No, 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 not an option. So that's annoying. But yeah, you can rotate the shape there. That's usually not what you want. Like you don't want to get your rectangle to be rotated 90 degrees if it has content. Um, so you would avoid that, but yes, it is an option. So yeah, that's the thing. Uh, so and Teki, you said put a border white 10% on that. You can't. Border's not a thing. Border is such an annoyance as well. It pisses me off. So border dot white, for example, is going to give me. I can't zoom in. God damn it! I forgot about that. Um, it's not taking the corner radius, and I don't understand why. Like, I try to figure out, right? I try to figure it out, and why that wasn't the case, and and it just doesn't make any sense. So in order for you to get a border, you basically need to create an overlay of uh, of the same rectangle on top of the thing. It makes no sense. It makes absolutely no sense. But again, I mean, to me, it makes as much no sense as the fact that we don't support Xcodes. Like, the fact that colors right here couldn't be uh, that. Like, that would make so much more sense. But no, makes no sense. Or, RGB, for example, and you have like your RGB, but no. Like, makes no sense. Makes no sense. The only way to have an outline is in the. I know I have it somewhere. In the today view, for example, we had something that I removed earlier to replace by the cards, and I know that we had the border. Um, if it's primary, we have the topic, blah 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 blah. There. So we have the shape that is already the right thing, but if you want it to have like an outline, you do stroke, which is still need the outline thing that you said, kind of. But you need that as an overlay on top of the content. Otherwise, it doesn't work, and it makes no sense. Like it really, I don't understand, because if I just said stroke dot white or something, it should, but no, stroke is not a member that can be applied to this thing. So in order to get this, I need to basically do that and get my whole thing right there to be replaced by that, which is an overlay. Is going to take my corner radius with a stroke. Um, it's just I like why you can do it. Like it is an option. You can have a stroke on a fucking rounded rectangle, but you don't want to give it to me. Like it's supposed to be that easy, or at least from my point of view, it's supposed to be that easy. But if you just do stroke, you don't have access to the background. What the fuck? What the fuck? Uh, I mean, I first of all, I don't care, but I don't get it. Like, um, makes no sense. This makes no sense. And then if I go into a gradient, for example, with stops, and then I have like, I think. Or am I making a mistake here? I am making a mistake. Yeah. Um. Ah. Ah. My bad. My bad. That's on me. That's on me. That's on me. And then eh, these stops on top. Do I need starts? I forgot. It don't matter. I don't know how to do gradients. I usually have Cursor do that to me. For me. But yeah. Anyways, there. So that's a bit of an annoying thing with the gradient stuff, but the at least the color mix is really good, because right now I'm currently on the default automatic, but I'm not. I forgot if that's I forgot if that's an option. Um, it's not. Cool. Good to know. But yeah, that's why I like color mix. And again, if I were to go back into iOS 17, that's not supported. So again, like there is so much things that I I understand, but I wish there was some retroactive implementation in iOS devs part. Like they're releasing something into the next version of, and they know that their system, like some of their previous systems, are going to remain supported for a while. And I wish they just reintroduced some of the things into older systems, other Swift languages things, mainly because they have done it. Like, again, non-dev brain here, so what I'm going to say is probably going to be dumb, but, you know, um, when you're building the new version of the code language that you are building, you're probably building it in the code language that you are doing. So if you are building Swift UI 16, which is the case, or 26, whatever, you're probably building that in Swift UI 18, which is the previous one. So technically, the thing works in 18. It's just like limited to 26. And that pissed me off, because you could just say it's available in 18, but it's mainly made for 26. And anything that you pull back for later, like for 27, for example, is going to be available in 26 and 27. Like that would make so much more sense, because you are building the things in the main thing. Anyway, I don't know. Um, not really. Not really. They do support for a long time though. Like to be, I know you think that it's like an issue, but they have the longest support line ever. Like the iPhone 11 is the iPhone that is like the latest that's getting iOS 26. Any other older iPhones than this is still getting iOS 18 with the updates of iOS 18 that still comes in even though iOS 26 exists. So they have like a pipeline of devices that still works, that are still supported and still working, and still security updates and so on. I'm pretty impressed, to be honest, compared to other manufacturers. Right now, we don't have any other Android manufacturers that do as much as that bitch. I love them for many reasons. I am on the update number, I don't know, 16 since I bought it. Like they just ship things, fixes and stuff all the time. Xiaomi is just crazy for that. Anyways. So yeah, for the color thing, Turkey, that's gonna be the thing. But yeah, Um, Daniel, welcome back. How are you? How have you been? How's everything? Congrats on the 5 stream streak. Appreciate it. You were here yesterday. That's impressive. We are still derailing. Yes. US question. I'd love your opinion on mainly can't quite grasp what makes communities feels like their own dedicated spaces. That's interesting. That's not for UX. But that's interesting. Like when you are in a subreddit or Discord server, you just get to the point where you feel those spaces that were complicated for my brain. Like the rest of the app doesn't exist, and you actually feel immersed in a community. I can explain. I can explain. It is really simple, but it's just it won't make sense. No. It's sad. Exactly. That's great. Fuck, I missed it. It was sad. Now I can probably. Oh, I can't pass. Like yeah. Um, we just have DS. So we have some ads. Let me drop so that we have some ads running in here. God damn it, you have TDS. I am late. Anyway, community. What are communities and how they work and why do they feel like the rest of the app doesn't exist? Chris, how you get? Yes, it depends on the things, but yeah, 100%. I mean, it's free marketing. If I'm saying things that are getting me cancelled, that's all I'm waiting for. Please cancel me. I can't wait to take a vacation. So yeah, please do so. What makes a community feels like the rest of the app doesn't exist? Basically, the usually it's many factors. It's your interest in the thing, it's the reception you have, and the way that you decide to interact with the community. So, for example, I can't go into my Reddit community that I'm active in because that's not US friendly. No, that is not true. I'm mostly on Japanese stuff and Swift UI stuff lately because it makes sense. The porn stuff is not there anymore. I don't use Reddit for porn. I never did use Reddit, to be honest, so it doesn't really matter. Anyways, the fact that when you go into a community and you have like a post that is somewhere, and either it's your post or it's someone else's post, and you basically end up with people that are like reacting or making you feel included. What do you mean I need to move it up a bit? I don't know why it's down, to be honest. It was supposed to be up. Maybe it's up here? Let me check. It's not. It's the same. I don't know. It doesn't matter. Anyways, if I'm posting in here and then I have some replies that make me feel like I am welcomed to that community, my probability of remaining in said community is going to be greater. And then the next interaction needs to be as positive, if not most positive, so that I come back to that community, and so on and so on. It is a cycle that needs to ensure that my experience as part of said community is increasingly better until you feel like it's your home and the rest of the app doesn't exist and it doesn't really matter because you are at home. So, for example, in one of my previous comments on someone else's post, right, they had like a pretty good discussion post right here, and then I answered one of the comments, or I answered the post, and then that comments asked me a question, to which I replied. That kind of makes me more susceptible to remain in the Learn Japanese community subreddit thing, and then reply and comments and interact with other posts. I'm not doing it because that's not my point. I would rather use Reddit for marketing on my end rather than anything else. And some of the discussions and things have no real or wouldn't really benefit from my inputs. As in, this one, for example, is asking about their handwriting, and it's fine, but who am I to judge? Other than the fact that these fucking kanjis are massive, and that's the same thing that I have an issue with, which to me tells me that this person has been probably training themselves on a phone or a tablet to learn how to write. That's all I know. Other than that, I can't really judge. And a lot of people are doing the same thing with like extremely detailed stuff. So I don't have the ability to be as involved in that community because I am not to the level that I need to be able to answer this question, for example. If I was part of the design community on Reddit, which would be appreciated and pretty simple, I would be in my ego and my personal perception of myself in that subreddit. I would probably be able to like reply and support and help a lot more people just because I have the skills and I can just do so. That's what I'm doing here. But like, for example, here, someone is asking about logos, or let me find something that is a bit more better. God dang. Nothing in design right here. Right here, right? Cool. Right, if I wanted to reply to this thing, I would. The thing is, when I go into these posts most of the times, they already have comments and replies and things that are either aligned with what I was about to say, or I don't like the initial post enough to take the time to do so and then reply. Example here, which is going to be like really bad and it's fine. If we were to use our regular trick for this thing and say, let me just do that. So the the center of the view is here. That's the element. So it's visually uncentered, but that's on purpose, which is good. The thing is, the visual weight of this element right here in the center is much lower than where it needs to be. It needs to be a bit up and a bit left to be a bit better. If I just do that, done. If we do this, we have one that is centered and the other one that is not centered. One of them is centered mathematically, which is fine, but the other is optically centered. This is not really optically centered, but I'm making it. I would be able to showcase that in that person replies, but is it necessary? Do they need that at that time? And do they want to have the whole breakdown of how the thing is going to work? Like the reason is this, basically, you want to make sure that your visual weight of this thing is roughly where it needs to be. So the blob that comes out of this logo needs to be kind of centered and not have too much space at the top, empty space on the corners. So you want to make sure that this is like kind of right about here. So it's a bit higher and a bit to the left. Small details, small things, whatever. Nonetheless, that's not your question. That is the type of thing that I would be able to reply here. And so if I did so, and they were feeling that my answer was positive and helping them and giving them like a lot of better design in as the output, my comments would be upvoted, and so on, and therefore my potentiality of going back in and posting again is going to be higher. So it is a perceived thing, and it is an impression-based thing, and everything goes with the first impression, first reception. So if you wanted to create like a community of people that feel at home, which is not something that I do on my Discord, and I should, but I'm too lazy to do so, you would need to go into as much deep introduction as possible with everyone. So someone comes in the Discord, and then you just go in and talk to them, engage with them, not necessarily all the time, but like as often as possible to make them feel included and part of the community. And that is a lot of work. So, yeah. Would it be a bad idea to make it harder to exist? Exist? Exist or exit? Exit the community, or making leaving not very intuition heavy. So leaving isn't exactly hard, but more. Yeah, no, don't worry. My brain kind of filtered that. Um, to have intention first, like being is inside of a. You want to hide the log out button? That's what you say? Um, yes, it's not bad. It's common practice. Um, oh, you mean like on Reddit, you would want that if someone is in the logo design subreddit, the home button doesn't exist anymore or is hidden by default so that they stay there? I don't think that's a good idea. Um, one of the thing that I would say is if you try to keep something in a cage, its only goal is going to be to escape. So if you trap your users and you make sure that they have a hard time escaping, they will do everything in their power to escape. Whereas if you leave the door open, they will go out and come back in. We see that with dogs. I know users are not dogs, but kind of same thing. If they have a crate, is a cage, and the door of the crate is closed, they can't wait to get out. But then if the door of the crate is just open and it's there, if they want to get out, they can. Usually, if they can, they just get out and then they come back in. So, yeah, I I think forgetting that it's an option. I don't think anyone can forget that they can live something. That's the first thing. If the content of the community is good enough, they will stay. So again, there is a lot of things as well that it is human behavior that I don't really have the understanding of, but I mean I do, but I don't. Um, when it comes to benefits of being in said communities. So if you're part of a Patreon club member thing, you have benefits related to that. If you are part of a gym membership that is doing some things every Fridays, like the one in the US that is giving you free pizza on Thursdays or something. I forgot what it is, but it exists. If you're part of a club that is like a dev club, or you go to a bar and they have like trivia every Thursday or every Wednesday, and so you go back because the benefit of being part of the community of people that go to trivia in that bar specifically on Wednesday is a thing that you enjoy. So the content is going to be what retains them. The fact that they are retained at the beginning is the welcoming, I would say. So you want the people to feel welcome, feel heard, feel included as soon as they can. And then it's a bit of a first time, highest retention, right? You need to be not retention, but the highest welcoming. Second time, welcoming. Third time, welcoming. Fourth time, it's regular. It's a friend now, and therefore it's like they know that they are part of the community. So if you get do trivia at a bar on Wednesdays, I used to do that. Like the first one, you feel kind of weird, but if you feel included doing the trivia, you're kind of more willing to come back the next week, and then you go back next week and you become known because you're doing the right answer, you're losing, it's funny. um, and then you know after the fourth time you're part of the walls, like you know the owners, and you know all the other people that are coming in. When someone else is coming in the bar for the trivia on that day, you are welcoming them as well because you were welcome in the first place. It's a bit of a will as well, so noble, it works. But there is like a lot of things. Not letting people go? Nah. It's a bit out of your control. Um, Kinda. It depends. I need more content on the platform itself that you're building. I need to understand a bit more of the context behind it before I can answer. Because if it's a red clone is different than if it's a circle clone. If you know circle, different thing. But it is kind of out of your hands to retain people if it's a community-based platform. But yeah, like mm, mm, yeah. This thing, the first time that I hear about this thing, I have never seen that in my life. I don't know. It looks really um, words on stream colored. That's interesting. Is it crazy? I see. It is. It is. They still have a notch. God dang. Uh, they have a small amount of ratings. God damn. I see. It's old. It is old. Um, so you want something that is community based. Your best guess in order to retain users in the beginning, if it's brand new and no one knows about the platform that you're building, going to be having pre-made community based on interest as niche and as broad as possible. So, people that like frogs that are yellow, that's one of the communities. People that like amphibians, which is like way broader, that's another communities. And so, ensuring that the onboarding is providing the potential interest of the user right away, as in, here is what we have. Search the tags, I don't know, the regular thing. And when you search the tag on the onboarding section, you get like everything. I shouldn't pick on anything art related. I feel like I'm gonna see ass very, very fast. That I mean, I wouldn't mind, but yeah. Let me find something that is just yeah. Steven Universe is gonna be kind of safe, I guess. I hope. We never know. Maybe not. Maybe not. Um. ah, so again, transparency and honesty on this thing for me is really important. I am not the right person for this. I am not a community seeking person. I am mostly oh, that I like that. Cool, bye. That's it. Like that. I'm never going into deep community things. So again, my knowledge on this is going to be compact to the past communities I've been in and my interest. But then again, I'm not in communities related to my interests, if that makes sense. So, again, take that into consideration when I'm gonna say stuff. Um, if, and I wish we had other options for this, but if you had a view of this page the first time, as in, the the first time that people entered the community, does it feel like they are their own unique apps? I don't think so. I think the only thing that differentiates them is this and maybe that, but this is based on what's happening. So technically, in the beginning, you would have zero. That is where you can hook some people in by making sure that like you have a community that is pre-made, that is the Steven Universe community. You have a community that's pre-made. Also, like 1200 is pretty impressive for the T word. You have a community that's already made by people for people that are like into Marvel. You have other things, but you need like predefined content in order for the people that are coming in for the first time, downloading the app and opening the onboarding, think, oh yes, I like this, and that. That's my stuff, and that's it. And then their feed is going to be this, and that until they add a third one or fourth one or something else that then bring them out of their homes. But if you want the people to be hooked and integrated, you basically need the entirety of the homepage onboarding thing to be, here is your interest. I don't know if you remember, this might be on Robin, which I forgot an I, which is basically this thing. Use that link if you don't use it. It's nice. It's nice. Give me a bit of a kickback. Let's see if Last.fm. Oh, we don't have Last.fm. Well, well, Danes. Deed Geek maybe, which is exactly what I'm looking at. Oh, now this one is behind the paywall, which I'm not logged in. It's fine. The potentials for the onboarding section right there, you may have like interests thing somewhere in that flow that gives you. I have one in mind, which is Last.fm, which I know exactly how it works, but let's say Spotify has on the onboarding. I doubt it. I don't think now it's a common thing to ask anymore. Like it doesn't. Yeah, you do have this, but that's basically the thing that I'm talking about. So on your first loading of the app, you need to choose at least three communities, and that would be the type of thing that I would have. The goal for this is to ensure from a system perspective, which is me or you in that case, that when the user finally press login, we load the homepage with the content that is the most relevant to them so that they can see things, so that they can stay, so that they can come back because they have their interests. So the only thing that you can do is going to be ensuring that you have a list of communities pre-made, ensuring that you have a list of interest pre-made, and potentially, and that's going to be the most complex one, having content already in all of the communities. So if you go back to this one, you can see all of these communities that exist, and this is just a homepage with the most popular three in the building and communities, and then you have more. As in, I just start the website, there is already content in there. Even if there is like no one, there is already content in there. The thing is, retention is going to be really, really complicated because people, for this thing that seems to be that you're building seems to be something that is social-ish, you need people to build or create content in order to attract people that build and create content as well, in order to grow the user base, in order to make sure that that community that you just built or added is growing. So it's basically a user acquisition thing, and you can pay people in the beginning to get more content. I wouldn't AI generate things, to be honest, unless your platform is an AI generation thing, you know, but otherwise, no. Um, oh, fuck. I just, one thing. There. That one, for example, is a AI generation community thing for artist character building. Um, and it's a Chinese platform that showcase a lot of creations and things and help you to build like your own characters and so on. That basically implies that you have not the ability, but like because of the nature of the content by default, there was content by default. Um, so yeah, that's the I would say that's the easiest thing. But if you don't have the content or if you don't have the ability to create the content, it's kind of complicated. The thing that I could take as an example is um, the Memorizely community. So if you don't know, that's fine. It's okay. Memorizely is a bootcamp slash course slash training workshops things for designers. It's pretty good. I'm recommending it without recommending it. You know, the usual. I am the first ever member of their Slack channel. So Xander, right here, has created the Slack channel. Basically, had like a small following on, I think, Instagram at the time, and said, "Would it be interesting to get like a Slack for designers to interact, communicate, and share tips and things?" And at that time, it was the beginning of my streaming endeavors. I was like, "Yeah, 100%, let's do that." So he created the Slack. I was the first to log in. And now the Slack is like roughly, I don't know, 17,000, 24,000 people, if not more, I forgot. Um, it's a massive thing. But I was the first one in. So when I entered, there was nothing. And then I basically did my introduction to, you know, share who I am, what I do, and so on. And Zender, he that is the owner, gave me that introduction, welcoming, warm welcome, ensuring that I was taken care of in the first few days. And that pushed me to become one of the most relevant people for the first year of that community. Because someone needed something in Figma, I was there. Someone was asking something about a plugin, I was there. And so the relevance, the ego, and the expertise that I have made me stay there for a while until other people that were more proactive than me were basically answering the question before I could because I was working, and I kind of moved out. But that was XP farming in the beginning, yes, 100%. Um, and so the community itself didn't exist. I built the community myself, technically, with Zender, obviously, in the beginning, but we were like really, really small. I think we reached like 100 users in the first week because that made sense with his already existing following on Instagram. But then after that, it kind of slowed the growth, but we aggregated like more people and so on. And then at some point, I kind of just left because it didn't make any sense to me anymore. But you know, like that's the thing. But that's a building community part where I basically did it myself, kind of, um, because I was interested in the topic. And this is like a one community thing. So you might be able to find people that have the same interest as the community that you're building in the product that you are making that would have or would want to do exactly that and build a community with you and help and be like the first person to become the reference, to become the main artist, the main creator, the main content in there. That's one way to build something. And I think the only reason why it worked is because Xander decided to really take care of the initial builders, the initial like OG builder of the community in the beginning, making sure the first 100 people were really able to talk with him directly, able to ask questions, able to do things. And when the number of DMs and the number of questions, the number of things kind of grew and kind of was overwhelming for him alone, he decided to hire someone else, which is somewhere not in that page. Not anymore, I think, unless we do have. No, we don't have it. We don't have them. But that, right, is a thing. Going back to just the timeline for a second, Memorize was something that existed or popped into existence in 2018, I think. It is now an entire company building courses, workshops, and boot camps for designers, for a lot of people making a ton of money, and has been created out of an idea from Zender being like, oh yeah, what if we had a community of designers? So It can be successful. Yes, 100%. The thing that I was about to say, and then I derailed myself. So let's derail me, and not that way. I mean, depends. We'll see. It's a one-time thing, and it's also a one-topic thing. So having the ability to get like a multi, multi, multi communities thing that is successful is really complicated, I think. There will be interest for anyone, that's for sure. Even if you have a community like this one, I don't know who they are, what they do. This is a community of 800 members. I don't know if they are okay with being 800s, but yeah, that's the thing. It's the community I'll build around interests. That makes sense. The current thing in community building is not this, but it might come back. I don't know if you remember. I don't know if you know. That's a maybe more of a realistic thing. Let me see if I still have it. I don't think I do. I probably deleted it. Is it room? I think it is. Oh, I don't. No, that's not it. There is a new app that popped in that is basically a MySpace, not MySpace thing. And I know I have it somewhere. I just don't know which somewhere it is. It's a very Gen Z app. I should just look into the App Store directly. That would be, yeah, it might be. Um, I, it's not. That's not the one that I have in mind. That's not it. It's not. I've never seen this. Let me just 1 second. Uh, I know that in my apps, not on the iPhone. I mean, Lemonade was one of them, but that's not the one that I had. Um, that seems like something that I could have. No place. That's the thing. Cat, welcome back. Um, that that um interesting. So no place is another app. Let me just do that instead because that's going to be easier than show you something that I can't really have access to. Is a community-based replacement thing for like Twitter, not Twitter, but like TikTok people, I would say. And so we should get out. It is like a very interest-based content situation, and like why not? Uh, but I don't know. I don't know how I feel about it. That's something. And then the other one that I had is, which is probably still on my phone, but I can't find it. It looks really bad though. Let me say that. I have so many apps. All of these are not on my phone, so that doesn't help. And I wish they were like displayed as when you added them. Is it called bold? It might have been called bold, to be honest, at this point. Because I mean, oh, it's shelf. My bad. My bad. Shelf is a bit of a different thing. It's you display your shelf. That's it. That's the ID. And so you have your shelf, and you can say, I'm currently watching this TV show, I'm currently loving this movies, or this is my favorite thing, this is my favorite whatever. So, that's an interesting environment, but it's also like pretty interesting. So Shelf is one of them that is like more Gen Z related design, which is interesting. But that's one. And then the one that I was in a second ago that I forgot the fucking name, No Place, goddamn, is also a very Gen Z thing. So yeah. Um District, I don't know. District? I don't know if I have access to these things. That, I guess. No, not that. Eh? Maybe. Different vibe. Interesting vibe. Remember that I am on the Japanese store. I am not on the global store. So there are things that I might not be able to see, or things that are recommended to me that is in, or that are in a different order, different stuff. All that just so I can have like the dating apps that are in Japan, because otherwise I can't have access to them. Uh, that's the only reason. The Anyways, that doesn't change anything, to be honest, on the fact that it's not impossible to get into community building and things, but I like, you would need such a push in the initial launch that basically includes the entirety of Tumblr joining your platform. Like that would be the goal. Um, to just say, oh, we are replacing Tumblr because it's like Tumblr but better, or we are replacing um whatever you called it, Amino but better. And like, it's easy, to be honest. When I'm seeing this as a designer, this is really easy to replace just by making it better in terms of UX and in terms of behavior, how things look, how things are responding to the user themselves, and how the users themselves are creating their profile and having things, and like that. To me, this is Tumblr. I can't open Tumblr here because my Tumblr is just born, so that's not an option. But yeah, another thing. Um, so again, uh, if your ID is to replace or do something similar to this, you can 100% duplicate this entirely. Like, your initial thing is, we want the exact one-to-one copy of Amino with the entire content, not the content, but like the entire sub base of categories and communities and things. The design is the exact same thing. And then once you have that exact copy that works the same way, you just redesign it. You just make sure that, goddamn, that these look better, that the layout just makes sense for every use case, because this doesn't make any sense to me. That you have a rendering that is good for like text only, a rendering that is better for like video only but no text, and like different version of things, which to me basically go there, but with a community aspect of that. Um, yeah, no, I understand that, But you kind of need to. But then again, you can also not be. I am obviously biased on this one, and I'm gonna kill myself because I can. And I mean, it's my stream. So, Can, which is my app for learning Japanese, is a response to me seeing Duolingo and being on Duolingo for so long. It's been more than 5 years, and seeing this and trying to practice. And basically, my main issue with it is if I start a session, I have writing, which makes absolutely no sense on on the phone because, as you can see, I'm absolutely not paying attention to what I'm doing, and it's still good. And it makes no sense. What is making no sense is this page right here, and that's the first reason why I built Can. This page that is giving me, I selected the right answer. I know I selected the right answer. Why am I still there? Why do I need to click on continue to be able to move on? Like, why are these things such like bad environment thing? And it's just like right now, I need to do, like, look at this. I need to click on the thing. That's the first thing. I need to click on check, and then I click on continue. That's like 3 taps for something that could be instant. Let me just finish this so that I have my day activity. Um, and it's gonna be fine. Bitch, get out. Sorry. Um, I forgot. And then you have this. And this is another one that made me like, that's fine, but that's not necessarily something that you want. This is a match the word, whatever. So you have like something, you're supposed to be able to hear them. Right now we can't. And it's just, it's fine. But it's a bit of looking around. The one that is the most annoying is the create a sentence situation, because that makes absolutely no sense. Also, this is pretty impressive, but nonetheless, whatever. Anyways, but these things, these tiny um, slow down that you have over the app on Duolingo are the reason why, and I'm still using it, that doesn't change, are the reason why I built Can in the first place. Because right now, if I'm learning the hiragana, for example, and I'm like, let's just practice them. If I click on the right one, I move on to the next. If I click on the wrong one, it tells me, oh, that's the wrong thing. That's the thing that you need to pay attention to. But if I'm just flying through and I just know things because I know things, I'm just gonna be fine with it because it's just, oh, I see the character, I see which one it is, and I just move on. And it's the same thing for like words. I'm gonna do this one and I'm gonna fail. Like maybe I can read this and then I have my readings in my options. I'm like, this is Kutsushita, that makes sense. This is tempura, that makes sense. This is pen. I can just read. This is Sora. It's pen, but Sora as well. So that's Kai, and so on. And I can move on and go quickly, but then I'm making mistake, and I'm like, okay, cool. So this one, these characters are Yube, and now I can read that, and therefore maybe next time I'm not making a mistake. I'm probably gonna make a mistake because I'm not paying attention right here. But like that's one of the reasons why I build the app. There is something in Duolingo that is the existing behavior that just doesn't match with me. So I build something that is better for me. But when you look at it in a way, it's kind of the same concept, right? It's just like you have a question, you have a word to learn, and then you have like four options to pick from. Technically speaking, it's the same thing. But the only difference that I have after that is that I'm adding vocabulary first instead of like um, instead of characters or grammar, right? Grammar is just annoying to me, and it makes no sense to learn grammar on the phone. You need to learn grammar by speaking or reading, and yeah, it happens. So with that, right, my main goal was based on what I learned on Duolingo. I don't learn vocabulary properly, and I lose time, kinda, by looking for things. If I go back to the homepage, let me do one of these. Give me a fucking sentence, bitch. Ah, die. I don't want characters. I want sentences. Get the fuck out. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Can I practice this? Uh, Sorry. This. This is the new version of things, which makes kind of sense for me. I might introduce that at some point, which is like basically which of these words is the correct word for that sentence. So based on the example sentence that I have in my dictionary, for example, I could remove one of the words and then ask the people to just like pick the right one and use it in the right situation. But I don't, like it doesn't really exist. And then the other one is everything of the fucking saying that pisses me off. The other one that people are complaining about, and I'm complaining about it as well, is when you have multiple words and you need to reconstruct the sentence. That makes no sense. You take more time looking for the words, even though you understood the sentence. So you see the sentence and you're like, oh yeah, that means that. And then you're like, in that blobs of 16 words that you're presenting to me, which one are the one that I need to pick? Oh, makes no sense. So again, right, that's the thing. The app that I built is roughly Duolingo, but better tailored to me based on the content and based on the behavior. Like if you are correct, you are correct. So you move on. We know that you know. If you're not correct, we remind you that this is the correct answer. That's the first thing. The second thing is, or the second app is Perfume that I'm currently building, where currently, based on my knowledge, which is limited but still exists, as someone that likes perfumes, let me just make that point. As someone that likes perfumes, you will have basically three-ish main brands app that exist that are there to make you buy something. Usually, they are a collection of perfumes that exist, and then they have a buy now link. And they have community-based things that are meant to give the user that is looking for perfume a bit of a recommendation or something, and maybe they are interested in, I don't know, this one. And so they can see things and they're like, oh yeah, I might buy that, right? That's not how things work here, but it doesn't matter. Nonetheless, so the affiliate purchase button is an option, yes, but that's their main thing. And that's not what I want as someone that likes perfume. And when I shared my take on what I wanted to build, I got a response that has been more than positive, which is kind of impressive. I wasn't expecting it, but it is what it is. I'm happy with it. So I had a response from potential user base that was like, "This is what I need. This is exactly what we need right now." And then someone said, "It would be nice to have like community-driven reviews," and I was like, "No, I'm doing this to have the exact opposite because when you are entering a community-driven thing, you see the reviews and then you don't buy something, even though the note of the perfume seems really good for you, but you didn't buy it because most of the people were like, yeah, that smells bad." And you just need to try it out and then make an opinion for yourself. And then we're like, you know what, you're right. That's true. So, nonetheless, that's the thing. So, because I am building the things mainly for myself, based on my experience with the thing that I'm liking or trying to build upon, it's the same as the other apps with a bit of different thing. And obviously, designer. So, design is important, behavior is important, UX is important, and I mean, implied in the UR technically, but it's also fixing what I feel is an issue on the other apps in some situations. And so, if you, all of that rambling just to say you don't want to make like something that feels like just a copycat with a redesign, that's my thing. Um, if you just duplicate the existing and you change what you think is wrong and you change the design, but it's the same concept, you are reconcepting the concept to match your your request to like match what you want to have in these parts of things, and that could work. I, however, would say, and specifically would say to use for like amino. Yes, you said that you were in there since you were 8 years old, which is, I don't know how old you are, but like a long time ago, I hope. At least 10 years ago. Otherwise, you're not supposed to be here. So don't tell me. But if you've been on there for such a long time, or at least you've been on there for 8 years, not 8 years old. My bad. Anyways, doesn't matter. Same thing. You probably have seen things that you would say, "Oh, I would change this. I would make this a bit more interesting, a bit more different, a bit less um, distracting, a bit of layout, a bit of button here. Like when we are in that community, this thing doesn't make any sense, and so on." Like this is probably something that you could do because you have the knowledge, and therefore, again, just fixing that would probably be enough to, you know, just have something that match and is a response to the community. Again, based on what we saw a second ago on here, the community are massive. Like I am impressed by the fact that this community has 71,000 members, and this one has 74,000 members, and this one has 26,000 members, and this one has 430,000 members. Like that, these are massive, and like, yeah. For example, so it implies so much, and my brain went into business and infrastructure and dev in like a second. If your goal is to replace or be the same as, you can expect a certain amount of users that are currently fed up with the platform to transition to yours if they think that what you're building and proposing is better or fixing the thing that is currently in that platform. And with that, if that's the case, and you market yourself and you market the product, the idea on Reddit, for example, for the people that are into amino and they like it and they complain about some of the things and so on, and they see your thing and they're like, yeah, that's exactly what we need. That's the fix that we are looking for. This is the feature that I needed on amino that they don't want to build, or the thing that we've been asking for 16 years. Like this type of thing. You can expect potential, a lot of users, a lot of influx in the first few weeks because the people are willing to try it out to see if it is the same. Obviously, and I don't know how good that is or how common that is on this platform specifically. But if you think about um, this as a YouTuber community, right? A YouTuber that has, let's say, a million subscriber and usual like activity on their video and so on. Starting a new channel is really daunting because you don't know if you could reach the same level. You don't know if they want to. You don't know if the people would follow you. You don't know if the people that would follow you for the previous content, but then see you with a new channel is not the same thing and then go away, and therefore you don't have the same, reach and whatever, and then you compare yourself and so on. It's really bad. Could happen. Here, there's probably same thing as Reddit. There is probably places where in the anime community where people are right. References? No. Resident? Kinda. Not the one that I was looking for. Uh uh Respected? No. I guess reference. They're the people to go to talk about something, right? You know that if you make a post about One Piece on TikTok, there is 3 guys that are coming into your DMs or that are responding to your video almost immediately because they are part of the One Piece community. So that's the type of thing that makes sense and exists. Same thing here. So moving the people that are currently here to your platform is going to be kind of tricky, but then again, for the people that are like not the reference is pretty good, not the reference in that community, the one that are like low level ish that have a bit of following but not too much, would be more willing to transition and then become the reference on your platform compared to where they are right now. Again, infrastructure wise, your database needs to support that many users. Your content needs to be. You basically need to not ever have a crash in the first 6 months. Like on release day, a lot of platforms that I've seen that are hyped have database crashes just because they didn't plan on getting so much success. If you have envisioned taking over Amino and being like a replacement for what they're doing, you can expect 8 million, 10 million users potentially on day one if you have like enough communities and things. That, infrastructure wise, is not something that most people think about. That is bad. Please don't. I mean, please don't just look at it. look look at it. Oh. If that's a way different thing. You should have told me that in the beginning. I mean, I know you said that they fired everyone, but I thought you said they fired everyone and then they just were rehiring people to replace them. But no. Uh, so the site is gonna shut down or assuming that the site is going to shut down. Copycat. Just blatant copycat. Please do it. Just if they are about to shut down, you use like an internet archive type of thing. You download the entirety of the content of the website. You basically duplicate the database so that on your side, the entirety of the content that the user already had is there. Like, if the platform is shutting down, you do that, you win. Like, there is no question. It's a just siphon the fucking thing. Not recommending that for legal reason. This is a joke. Do it. But yeah, for legal reason, this is a joke. Do it anyway. It's gonna be fun. You're gonna see. It's gonna be okay. But yeah, no, that just siphon the entire thing. Make sure that you have like as much content that already existed on the platform to like your side as soon as you can, because if you think that they are shutting down soon, and even if they don't, and if they don't, lawsuits and other things, but oh, you know what? Don't do it yourself. Question: I don't know. Amino, so you tell me. Can you export your profile and your content from that site in a JSON format? Is that an option? Like you can export like a zip file of your data with like the GDPR situation? Is that a thing? Is that a thing that the user on the platform can do? Because if that's the case, you just need a button that says import from. Like you, not necessarily. It depends. It depends on the. It's complicated. It depends on the contract that the users signed when they logged in the first time. And for community-based things, there is also that arrow was on my nose. For community-based things, there is a lot of time where the platform is not responsible for the content and the copyright is owned by the user themselves and not the platform. The platform provides the infrastructure, which is the same thing as yours, Stony. But the content on the platform is user-generated and therefore the user is retaining the copyright. But if the user wanted to move things, they could. And no, I'm not talking about like scraping the website. I'm talking about like providing a way for the user to import their data. So you might need to create some sort of a scraper that works on the user behalf because they are connected into Amino to get their data in there. But if you provide that and you just say, here is what we have. This is a one-to-one community-based thing. We have all the community that you already had on Amino. You just need to create your account. And then from your profile, you can pull back from Amino everything that you had because we build, I don't know, Chrome extension that scrape your profile. Thank you. Appreciate it. That scrape your profile for you. That then import and display what you already had. So basically what that does is you ensure that the user are transitioning, keep their content, don't lose anything, and then they are still relevant on the new platform because their past content is still there. Each community that gets transitioned people is going to be as lively as it could because it just is the same interface-ish. So they feel at home still. Not even. No, that's the thing. So I'm not saying you take the data. I'm saying you provide a tool that let the user take the data. The user is taking their own data and just moving them somewhere else. That's it. That's all they're doing. Nothing else. So you don't take responsibility for it. You just create like an export amino profile extension. That's it. And then on your end, you have an import from amino that is a JSON thing that the user just said, well, the file that you just downloaded, you just put that in the fucking thing and you're good. You might lose images. You might need to create like an export with that Chrome extension to just say like a format that contains JSON plus image references, and then the import is on the file itself. So you would have like a zip extract on your side to connect the images to the content. But yeah, so that's a viable thing to make sure that the user decide what they want to bring. Like maybe they want to start fresh. They still have, I mean, they come into your platform. They are some of the first, so they keep the same username, and then they want to start fresh, so they don't bring any of their content back from Amina. Cool. Nothing on your end to do, nothing on their end to do, and they just start and they post stuff in the community that they were part of in the past. Cool. Export from Amino. Someone comes to your platform, create an account, have their username, and say, I want to get my data from Amino. And then you say, well, we have built this Chrome extension, export things, like save your data before it's closed down and so on, like, the regular thing. And that will give the user the ability to just extract stuff, and then you just import stuff and you're good because it's the user data. And I don't know if you are in the EU. If you are in Europe and you have the RGPD, GDPR field, each user is entitled to their data where I live. So, like that's a thing. I would highly recommend you to do that. That's the easiest way to ensure that you get the data of the user in your platform. And I mean, specifically now, with the last thing you said of the platform is probably going to shut down, it's not even I need you to do an exact copy one-to-one duplicate of the design and the features and the behaviors of Amino for it differently, but do the exact same thing. Like buttons are in the same place, panels are in the same place, posts look the same, kinda, but it is a one-to-one, and the reason for that is the user is coming from one platform to the other in order to not lose their community, because that's usually the reason that they have this familiarity of things where we've been talking about this for a long time. If you look at Twitch dashboard, right? What do you see? There is a sidebar. Sorry. There is a sidebar. There is the view in the center. There is the chat on the right. That's for me. That's whatever. The sidebar section, specifically this thing and the header, is the familiar environment where if you go on other platforms, as in, I don't know, YouTube, for example, I don't know you, but I'm seeing something very similar. I have the sidebar, and then when I'm gonna go into a video, specifically if it's a live video, I'm gonna have something that is similar. So I feel at home. And for you here, in that specific environment, you need the user to feel as at home as they can, so that they go in and they're like, this is exactly the same as Amino. This is so good. And so, yeah, I don't know what Hulk was. Um, just think that you have the Denji website because we talked about it last time. Oh yeah, that. I do remember this. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Yeah, I mean that was the same as knock on in France. We had like something very similar, uh, and yeah, it's probably the same reason. Yes. Um, I mean, right now there is a body that looks similar, at least from my point of view. Uh,
It was man, and for a time, it was good. But humanity's so-called
this thing that feels the same, um,
then man
but feels like more fun. I don't know. We'll see.
thus did man become the architect of his own demise.
Did I fall asleep?
Yeah, I haven't. Yeah, no, haven't. I should. I should. As a designer, I should. But yeah, no, I one to one, and I just did back and forth for no fucking reason. Um, One to one, same behavior, same thing at the top. Maybe if you want to introduce some minor changes, as in, as I said, maybe this thing needs to be
Determination of B1
uh,
and every one of his kind throughout each province of the earth.
Androids and liberal sympathizers flooded the streets of the nation's capital today.
is it this or is it that? That. Um, Maybe this needs to be 100%, right? Molten, hi, welcome in. Maybe that section needs to be bigger as well, so you know, shit like this. Uh, what did we say? Where's the max wish in this? There. Um, that. God damn. Um, right. You get this, which is like wider, and you have like the place for something else. Probably there is the place for something else, but it's just like this community doesn't have anything. Um, and then once you have that, you change these cards for something maybe that looks better. I don't know. Um, and already, already, you get something that is better and potentially appreciated by the users. Um, in a way that is like, oh, we are just fixing this. Um, why finite right now? I mean, yes, finite 100%, but why, Stony? What happened? What happened? Is it coming in? Is that what you're saying? God damn it. So yeah, that's no, I mean you're fine. I don't mind that. I don't mind, but you don't do that. Vicky, do that. Like just um, one to one. It's, I mean, specifically in your situation, I think that's the thing for me. Where in this current state, you absolutely need, based on the fact that the website is going to die based on your knowledge, which I don't have, you want to capture the users that are going to be lost and not have a home anymore, like the homeless people of that website. Um, I would just do that. God damn it. Um, I can show you how to do that, Morton, by the way. Depends on what you want to do, but yeah. Yeah, refugee is really good. Um, the timing was pretty good. I agree with that. I agree with that. So yeah, no, community love is good. Do that. Yeah, thank you. That's what that. I mean, I'm here to help. If you ask questions, I'm answering them. If you provide things that are like concrete, as the title explain, yeah, I'm here to help. So, you know, no reason. But yeah, also, Morton, you can send them to the Design and Help like channel on Discord if you want to, or you can DM them to me if you want to. That's not necessary. I get, wherever, but it depends. We have options, which means because yesterday we couldn't do shit.
Tekig just gifted 20 subs.
God damn! I'm gonna need to read 20 names now. Thank you so much. Fuck on for all of the fucking subs. So, who did you get? That's a lot of thank you. That is a lot of thank you. That's a lot of emotes. Goddamn, the stream is gonna die. As always, you got Morton. Okay, congrats. Dema, which just joined in. Darren, Cybersect, congrats. Middle name, anxiety. Good. Chris, you got a sub. Congrats. Nox as well. Maddie, long time no see. Kojo, Ergon, PBD, Besto, Barry, Son, Ashes. God damn, a lot of people I haven't seen in a long time. Prior, wow. This man has been a long time as well. Spooks. I forgot how to pronounce that. KJE, I know. Codrin, cool. And August, congrats on the subs on everyone. Thanks a lot for that. I appreciate it. What happened? Techie just gifted 20 subs, so I'm now richer by like $10, which I appreciate. I appreciate. Thank you so much. And that's yeah. Now you have a sub. Now you can use the emotes. It's nice. Thanks a lot for the 20 subs. That doesn't happen often. Also, I mean, level 5 hype train makes absolutely no sense. And yeah, I mean, we do have technically 32 points. But yeah, appreciate it. Welcome on in, everyone. I've been gifted. Yes, I've been gifted subs a lot lately, which is pretty appreciated as well. But yeah, you have like a ton of emotes to use in the channel and on other channels as well. It's neat. It's neat. So yeah. And now I have lost the chat, so let me go back because obviously someone said something before that happened, and no good. So yeah, no, you're welcome. That's what we do. That's why I'm here. I'm just helping. That's it. That's it. What we do. If you need help, I'm helping. It's that easy. As long as the thing is working. So yeah, best recommendation for you is basically just ensure that you have a copy, at least a copy of the layout if you want to not have the same design. but a copy of the layout needs to be happening, and your goal is going to be based on what you said. You absolutely don't like the design of Amino, which makes sense. I agree with you, but you need to update the design. So what I would recommend is you do a carbon copy of what they have right now. You change maybe some of the colors because it's it needs to be different and so on. And then you apply or provide an option to just let the user switch to the new design a bit later. Like we are rolling out the new version of the UI, and you do that like 6 months later, 3 months later, something like it's not like instant. You really want the user to come back to the platform and be like, oh yeah, it feels just like home. That's perfect. And then based on that, maybe you take the top. God damn
Stony
it.
underscore Eagle gifted Kanawa Nagasaki a subscription. Stony underscore Eagle gifted a tier 1 sub to Kanawa Nagasaki. They have given 132 gift subs in the channel.
132. Thanks a lot. Appreciate it. Yeah. I mean, you have 20 seconds if you want to push that to the level 6. Don't. But yeah. 9, 8, 6, 3, 2. No. 1. No hard train. Thanks a lot for the train. I appreciate it. Doesn't happen often. I think this is the first one this year. Or second one this year. So, yeah. Yeah, it happens. It's weird. Yeah, I have Choo Choo, which is different. Brain, re-rail, please. Appreciate it. Thank you. Good. Yes. So same layout, same content, same thing, same whatever. Make sure that you have a Chrome thing that just let the user download their content, export their data, and then re-import them where they go. You keep that similar familiar layout and content for the first 3 to 6 months. I would say the best option would be to keep that for the first year, as we are just gathering people from Amino. And then once everyone has been transitioned, you can potentially roll out small adjustments here and there. And community-based platforms don't like redesign. I know. It's annoying. Like, I don't know if you remember, but when Reddit got its redesign, a lot of people were pissed. Just because the button was a bit bigger than usual and it was in a different place. Or the layout was kind of weird and the recommendation was kind of weird and so on. So that is the level of like annoyance that the community-based platforms have with redesigns. It's their home, as you said in your first message, 3 hours ago now. Like it's their homes, so they know everything. Like the fact that I can reach without looking and get my water bottle is because I know exactly where it is. Still need to look to see where I'm putting it, but that's the difference. But yeah, that's the thing. You need to make sure that they have their homes at the level of their homes. And then maybe you're gonna say, I'm gonna change the front door. I know. But I'm gonna change the front door. Change the front door. And then you say, cool. So now maybe the curtain can change. And maybe we need a new couch. But that's not like on day one. That's like you lived in there for a while and then you update the content. So wait. Again, if 100% you're sure they are gonna die and they are not just rebranding, because that's also an option that happens at times. Just provide the option. Just say, well, we are building something new that is basically the same, which you would have the exact same array of communities. And then, yeah. Work on it, Ken. You got a sub, apparently. It happens. It happens. can thank Stony for that. So yeah, do that, ensure that the people are transitioned, and then change the design one by one. Like the thing that I said, or the thing that I did, kinda, um, was introduce new feature. Either we do a full overhaul of this is how things are going to work from now on, and that piss off the most of the user base, but then it's in the direction in which you want to go, or you do this is a new navigation system. This is the new card for the comments. This is the new thing. This is new font. This is the new color. This is the new thing. It's just like gradual over months of just small additions, small things, small whatever that helps. Like again, I mean, I don't want to, myself, but still, I might change the design at some point. But if I go for something that is different, where the bottom navigation doesn't contain the quiz, the hiragana and katakana, and the main tab bar navigation, that feels wrong to most users. So unless I'm changing the design to make sure that it matched this, I can't really change navigation related stuff. I could change the characters, how they look, could change the sheets, how they are opening, like what is in there, what is the content, and so on. But I can't really change the navigation itself unless I know for a fact it is what the users are looking for in that specific app. So based on Apple recommendation, the search bar is supposed to be at the bottom. All the time. All the time I'm spamming. Obviously, I need people in that app. But yeah, like that I so first of all, I don't know. That's the first reason. I have no clue. Because I don't know the app. Second of all, probably. But that doesn't change anything. I'm gonna use a software that some of you kind of know, and it's shit. It's shit. But they can't do anything about it. They don't have a choice. The the population and the target audience, if you were to redesign the entire thing at once, would scream so much. And so what you see is that Salesforce feature number 1 is still losing or still using some of the first design behaviors that they had. And they are slowly reintroducing things with new design, with new features, with new things, with new behavior that are more aligned with current apps. But they can't do anything else. They don't have a choice. They are in need of making sure that these like rendering of the app that are from the 2000s are remaining the same because they work, and most of the people that are on that platform know that and only that. And if you go to linear instead, which I wouldn't go for linear for Salesforce, I would go linear for Jira. And yeah, Atlassian is changing things. I don't think linear version 1, I wish I could find that, like just their thing. Linear to me, Linear is more Jira than it is Salesforce, but I might be wrong. I don't know. Wish there was like a fucking Wikipedia thing about it. I doubt it. We never know. With the right words? No. Okay. Yeah, there is not. Anyways, that doesn't change anything in the fact that I do believe that the initial thing was closer to Jira than what they have today. Same thing as Raycast, same thing as other app options, where the initial first launch was a reskin, but it was a reskin with the content in the same place. So basically, let's say that this is the V1. This is just Jira with dark mode. Like, I mean, that's it. It's the same behavior. You have the same icons. You have the same, like, the same way of organizing things. It's just Jira with dark mode. So if you just did that, Amino with dark mode, new icons, buttons that are different, but that's it. No changes. Like the behaviors are the same. The elements are exactly in the same place. People will know exactly where to click and so on. That might be enough, as you said. Like you come in with a reskin, and then you're pretty good. Shit like this. Look at that. That's just Jira timelines. Yeah, look at that. Got that. Great example. Great example. Sidebar with your project, your tabs at the top, your task in the current tabs, whatever. That's the usual thing. Sidebar with your project, your task in the center, your tabs at the top. Like it's a bit different. Yes, it's not exactly one-to-one, but it's the same thing. It's the exact same concept. So I'm not gonna stand ground on this one. Um, I need the same thing. I need you to do this, like basically one-to-one. Maybe with a different design, but as one-to-one as possible. I shouldn't have clicked on that. I was sure of it. Huh. Like that just, you know, that just makes sense. If the people that know how things are supposed to, or where things are supposed to be, still feel the things where they are supposed to be, I feel like they should be okay with it. So again, for me, I would probably just extend some stuff on the side or place the header as a header and then have all of my posts underneath. Rather than having like white space underneath there or have something around here to, populate and so on. But that's the only thing that I would probably do. And maybe the design, if it needs to, maybe the header being like a bit taller, the search bar being in the center, maybe. But even then, probably not. So, as close as possible. And then you said it was like mostly mobile, but I doubt that like mobile version is not like loading on mobile. So yeah. I think yeah. I mean, the reason why I'm saying this is because of this the thing you said of we believe the app is going to shut down, and we want to create something that is similar to. like you have a massive opportunity of getting users instantly. Like on day one, you could have like 8 million users. Um, that would be crazy, but like you could, and that would be because the app is a replacement, and the app is dying, and this one is the replacement, and people are migrating to the replacement. Like when Twitter was dying, and it's still dead, but when Twitter was dying, people migrated to Blue Sky, and a lot of people are there now, and a lot of people are only there, and a lot of people are on both. I should be more active in there, but it doesn't exist for me. Dave, hi, good morning. How are you? How's the day going? So, like, same thing. When threads happen, I migrated, like, from Twitter to threads. And I'm more on threads than anything else. And the interface of threads is a mix of Instagram and Twitter, but it is still familiar. So, yeah. Um, yeah, I mean, 20,000 early access registrations means that you basically, um, as long as the thing that you have showcased, do you have something that I can see? I would love to see what you have so far. Um, it's going pretty good. Going pretty good. I need a pee though, but yeah, it's going pretty good. uh, ah, nice. Congrats. Congrats. It's a fun thing. So, yeah, I mean, if you have 20,000 pre-registrations or like beta access, early access registrations, based on what you have proposed and not the duplicate of amino, then don't do what I said, because 20K is pretty good. Not gonna complain about that. If it's your survey was, I mean, it was about to die. We are building something that is there to replace it. It was kind of like this, but we don't know exactly. We might do something similar, but whatever. Then I don't know. It might be important for you to just do a duplicate in the beginning and then transition to your app. But yeah. Okay, so yeah, then forget about it. Then I just spent 2 hours to say things that, are useless. That's not true. But yeah, no, if you have 20,000 privileged very French, I can't say that. It's not an option.
Prime_coder is now following.
Prime Coder, hi, welcome in. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Welcome in. Thanks a lot for the follow. I appreciate it. Yeah, I wish I could see what you are building, Vicky. I wish I could see that. Give you like some feedback design-wise if you have something. But yeah, I appreciate it. Welcome on in. We're doing some. I mean, I'm a designer. I'm building an app, but I'm not a dev. And if you have any design question, anything that you want me to take a look at, feel free to ask. Would love to take a look. Would love to take a look. Also, yes. Why? I have never seen Go ever. I know that some of my backend dev used to Golang the entire thing, or wanted to transition to Golang a long time ago. I know React, but I mean, I know React. I can read it. I have never seen the syntax of Golang. So I don't know. I'm mostly on SwiftUI for myself. I'm a designer that does design stuff. So First try is pretty good. Not the best, but pretty good. And I was talking about color pixel earlier. That's why we have it. Not the greatest. Why are you shy, Becky? Why are you shy? Ah, I want to see the thing. Even if it's a concept, like it's the best stage to know if you're going in the right direction. Like again, I'm gonna show you my concept. That sounds kinky as fuck. So, not that concept, that concept. So, you see this? You see this? You see the ID? Where I did this card transitioning thing earlier today. I had fun with the animation and the transition and the things, right? You see that? Cool. That's my concept. That's what I did. That yeah, that's the entire thing. That's all I did. Nothing else. And I was like, this is gonna be good enough for me to get the ID and do the thing. So yeah, share the thing. Share the thing. Like again, I just my this is not embarrassing, but embarrassing. This is my first understanding of the database. The database was you have the database of fragrances that is linked to the database of the users, and I hope that is readable. I don't know; it's kind of dark. That was the first thing, and then when I thought about it a bit longer, I said, uh, this is a bit more complex. So we have the fragrance that is linked to the notes, that is linked to brands, that is linked to the perfumers, that is then linked to the user, and then the user has timelines and other things. So it was a bit more complex, but it wasn't necessarily the most complex thing. So again, the faster you can, uh, the faster you can validate your IDs, the better it's gonna be. So, like, if let me go there because that's the usual thing. If we go on to our regular dribble thing, which by the way, I have something for your own, for later. Let's say you see this. To me, this is bad. This is something that I've done 2 years ago now. To me, this is now bad. It's not necessarily something that I would love to create, recreate, take more time to do, and so on. But it doesn't really matter, right? I have this. Yeah. God damn it. Well, then good barbecue. Maybe later. I don't know. I have this as a concept. If I was to see that today, I would give myself feedback on things to not do. Like this entire thing, scrap it out. Like this first page, move it out. Use this one instead. And that's the most important thing. And then you have a combination of this thing and this thing with the optional center. But this is not the center point. This would be the center point. But that would imply a lot of things. That would mean that instead of having the plus right here, I would have my mic right here. And so that's recommendation of me to me 2 years later on something that I will never build. It doesn't matter. But I could. And like that's an easy, early enough feedback on something that can say, okay, so you are moving in the wrong direction right there, and you need to move in some other direction right now to be sure that it's just probable, usable, and so on. Is it? Didn't we see that before? I remember these. This is really good. This is really good. This is so good. I love this. Sorry. No, I love this. This is interesting. I that pissed me off, but I'm gonna say something that will make sense. Sadly, Apple is the trend setting, so expect the search bar to be at the bottom. That that's the thing. Like I would say search bar is gonna be at the bottom for sure. We need a combined nav bar. The rest is good. You have your features, you have your channels or your communities. You can access them. You would have your chat, you have your profile and your homepage, which will provide new communities to join. And then your circles would be like your communities, whatever. Make sure that they are called circles. Make that at the top as well, like discover circles, and then you are in circles. That makes sense. But no, that's really good. Do that. Just go ahead, please. Like that's what you need. And this thing looks so good. I like it. I like that a lot. I think this is gonna stand out, which is exactly what you want. Um, I could say something. I will. Um, which is current state of things. Again, Apple is a trendsetter that exists. Which way? Give me a. Give me this. Come on. So Apple is a trendsetter, and so when it comes to app icon, the current activity, the current thing that exists is that your icon doesn't match with this, or you would need a secondary icon that is circular, if necessary at times. This is like WatchOS doesn't really matter, but if you have the app on Android, someone could have a circular version of the app, and therefore you need a circular version of your app. Most of the people are going to be good with this. Like that makes sense. It's fine. It's okay. We're good with it. Which we need to talk about this app icon, by the way. But you know, uh, that is the only thing that I would say. But this is really cute. It works. It makes sense. This is really cute as well. I love this ID. I love the rendering. I understand your fear that you had earlier about the probability or the fact that Honk and the other thing kind of died, but have similar design language and so on. And so Abodi could, or Abodo, I don't know, um, be similar, but yeah, god damn it.
Finite Singularity raided my stream with 33 viewers.
Welcome on in. Finite, thanks a lot for the raid. I appreciate it. I hope you're good. I hope your stream was good. Welcome on in, everyone. For you, those of you who don't know me, hi, I'm AOA, I'm the helping designer. If you have any design questions, as always, feel free to ask. And yeah, have a good raid and run. If you need to do so as well, that's good. That happens. It's fine. But yeah, TD, hi, welcome on in. Finite, hi. Andy, welcome on in. Grawley, welcome on in, welcome back. Exeldor, welcome on in as well. Thank you for the plugins, as always. You know that. How have you been? How is everything? But yeah, we're currently talking about some design stuff. I'm building multiple things. I hate what I'm building, but it's fine. And still, not a dev, but I'm developing 2 apps. So yeah, work on it. Don't hesitate to ask questions about design. Not dev. Please. Please. I might, Exaldo, I might need you, to be honest, because goddamn, I'm fighting with shaders and it pisses me off and it makes no sense. So I know you know more stuff. Yeah. You know more than me. That is an understatement. You know more than me. The current state of things in terms of the shader itself is really bad. And I had to like very much diminish it, but it's on my perfume app. The background is taking a shader that is taking the notes of the perfume and then having like colors and things. And in the beginning, or in what Claude gave me in terms of AI generated things, which you know is fine, it happens at times. We had some stuff in the beginning. Let me see if I can find the fucking thing. Right about here, which is much more interesting and much more better overall as an environment. But then this is React, and therefore it doesn't really work with Swift UI. And I don't get it. It's a particle shaders, so it's supposed to be easy. But yeah, it looks cool, but that's it. It's supposed to react to the perfumes, was like the perfumes that are mostly warm and ambery and resiny and so on. Um, that's kind of slow for the thing that are like kind of spiky and so on, like with mint and cedar and things, or ambery. Like, you know, hey, fun stuff, but it's fucking annoying. Um, eh. So yeah, the iOS version of this, obviously I'm using Metal, but because I mean that's the easiest thing. Easiest thing. I'm understating, overstating the thing. I shouldn't. I should just use Motion. Motion Kit would be much better, but yeah, uh, it just makes no sense to me. I've tried. I've tried to figure it out, but goddamn. Everything is math, and I'm a designer, so numbers not good. Design good. I know that someone on Threads and other platforms is using or creating something. Let's see if I can find it before we see ass. The one called Radio Fun. They are doing like a ton of shaders related things, and they have like currently they are building like a camera app because you know all designers and dev are building camera apps, but they have been doing things for shaders and shader playground environment thing that they can you know interact with. But yeah, I don't get it, and also most of these is not like metal shaders, so that's not working for me. But yeah, detail stuff. Ooh. I'd say the current thing that I have found is that shaders on the web are and on OBS are way too no, I are simpler than the one that I have on Metal. Even though similar syntax ish, because it's like C sharp, C related syntax. Still not a dev. It's, you know, but that's interesting. Thank you. I think we've seen that before. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah. Ooh. I'm gonna keep that in the design resources. Thank you. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. But yeah, welcome on in, Raiders. Appreciate it again. I'm derailing myself all the time, so if you want to derail me, that's appreciated as well. Uh, and yeah, no, Techie, yeah, that's great. Nothing to say. It's really good. It's like, yeah, no notes other than the fucking navigation at the bottom. There, no notes. Everything is really good. Everything is really good. And earlier you talked about React Native and not complaining, but complaining that I had like more stuff in terms of native dev. Yeah, work on it. How are you? How's the day going? And I wouldn't say I would recommend you to build natively, but I would recommend you to build natively instead. Have two code bases. I know it's annoying, but you know, way faster. Uh, and if you wanted to, I know. Um, Skip is a new tool from Apple, I think. I'm not sure. They provide the ability to build a project from scratch in SwiftUI. If you know SwiftUI, obviously that helps. And basically port it automatically to Android in Kotlin. And so the only thing that is annoying is that it is a transpiling situation, where because SwiftUI and Kotlin Jetpack Compose are basically the same syntax formatting. I'm air quoting really hard right here. Really hard. Not the same at all, but roughly the same. It gives you the ability to just have your code in Swift, then transpile it, the entire code base directly into Kotlin, and you get something that is native on both platforms. This is, again, air quoting really hard. Good, because it gives you like a pretty nice structure to get everything from scratch, and it's using like the native components and so on. As long as you don't rely on very heavy styling on the components, you should be good. So if your only styling is like different icons, different things, that's nice, but it's a it's a nice concept. It's a nice idea, and the fact that I think it is made by Apple for other devs. Like it's not necessarily Apple based, but it's also like I think integrated. It's been a while, but that's interesting. Um, and right now I'm too deep in my app to be able to do that, so that's not going to happen. But it could give you head starts, like a very structural situation where you just say, well, I'm building the thing in Swift natively, and then using skip as a folder syntax and behavior. So again, it implies a structure that is like kind of annoying, but also it makes sense, um, because you have like one code base with everything. Once you have this and you can transpile the first version or the version that is the most complete possible that transpile on both sides, you then split them into your Android code base and your iOS code base. And then from there, you can just up both, but I just gives you a head start. So it's a bootstrap situation thing. Not ideal, but potentially easier than doing like two at the same time. And the reason why I'm saying that is because I don't like Flutter, React Native, and other platforms because I don't know. I have beef with them. I like native stuff. I like to be able to be touching the system. That sounds as it sounds, but yeah, yeah, I like to be able to touch the system. if you use Rive, then you should be good. But same thing, I wouldn't. No, Biff with React, React Native, and Flutter. Overall, it seems like most of the time the people that are building in these multi-platform systems, they are complaining about the fact that you don't have access to things uh, fast enough. Like it's not updated to the speed at which the native software is just getting updated. So getting like material design impressive, the latest version, is going to take a lot more time to get it to Flutter than using Kotlin. You know, it's the native thing and it just works. So I would say that's my take on this one. Yeah, I get that. I get that. I I can't say anything about that. Yeah, I mean, if you build for the web and you are good with the web things, uh, so you know, it works. You then have just a wrapper on, which is basically what Stody is doing as well, or was doing in the beginning, and now I think it's kind of moving in a different direction. But yeah, um, I don't think Metal. I mean, Metal is not going to be available on Android, but you have different things, and you have eh, simpler option. Not as system integrated, but still better options than Metal. Metal is, I mean, SwiftUI is heavily system integrated, and that's why I like it so much. On like the simple fact that I have access, as I said, to this very simple thing right there, which is called the weather kit, and the collocation, just to get the entire thing that works in like import just one, and I have access to the weather, and I can do whatever the fuck I want with the weather, and I'm good with it. That changed so much to me, for whatever I have. Otherwise, in Android, every time that I am like building CAN on the Android version, it's just oh, it's just so bad. I hate it. I don't like it. And you have similarities and same things. But I get it. If you don't want to be like doing something so good, that sounds really good. But if you don't want to do something like so good in one spot, and like in iOS, for example, and then have to port it to Android and be like, oh, I can't do that. That's annoying. I understand putting limitation on yourself or on the code itself to then say, well, I'm going to build to the best of my abilities here. And from there, like anything else is just like React Native, whatever. Um, but yeah, that's native. That's not. That is like native stuff. Um, but yeah. Right now, what I'm trying to build, and it's not working. Let me see if I can see that today. I have doubts. It worked earlier yesterday. Oh, I think I need to do that. 1 second. Come on, give me the fucking thing. Yeah. I agree with that. I agree. I mean, you have way too many moving parts. That is for sure. That's like for sure, for sure. Um, right about here. That's what I'm trying to build right now. And if you've seen CapWord, which is one of the Chinese app that exists to learn words, this person has created the same thing again. Someone else just built CapWord. I want to build that. I uh, I need this. I need this. But I can't. I can't figure it out. I've been trying, and it just doesn't fucking work. It makes no sense. When you look at the animation around the object when they take the picture, and it just circle out the element itself. This is really really good. But then when you look at I don't know if cap words without space with space is gonna be good. When you look at what they have done on Capword, it is kind of similar, but it's not exactly as good. Um, but their transition, I mean, I should just go into their fucking app because it is so good. Like, look at that transition. Look at how cool that looks. I want this. Oh, I want that. That's like machine vision and background removal and shaders, and there's so much stuff that I need to learn, and I just can't. I just can't. Did you shout out yourself, Tony? Is that what happened? God damn. So yeah, it is. It's such a nice app, and it's the design is so good. And as someone that built like a language learning app for Japanese specifically, I'm blown away by what they have done here because this is way better than what I've done because it's also for any languages you want. The thing that is kind of sad is that it is a paid only app. So yeah. Um, yeah, it does. It does use the native package, and I can't use the native package. It doesn't work. Yeah. I have a version right about not here, what right about here, I think, uh, of the native package thing because I'm trying stuff. Basically, if I have in Parfumo for the app specifically, OG image contain the perfume bottle, which is really good. Fragrantica is giving me something, but I need to recrop and it's really bad. That when I'm extracting the sticker, it's sometimes work and sometimes it's not working. About to change something, but this one remove background should be the easiest thing in the world. Like there shouldn't be any questions. Like it's just you have an issue with this. That's that's kind of sad. Specifically, the reason or the thing that pissed me off is this is a native thing in like Apple systems where you can just be there, you have your picture, and then you just do right click, and then you have some options, and you could say just remove background. You're supposed to be able to say remove background, but right now, why can't I see that? I didn't see the quick action, which is crazy. You have the remove background right here, and you click on that, and and you have a version that just doesn't have a background, which is basically what native system should be able to do. It's like it's been on SwiftUI since iOS 13. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. Yeah, that's the idea. But for some reason, it just doesn't want to work. So, but yeah, that's the thing that I'm trying to build, and I'm failing miserably. But it worked yesterday. It worked for 1 second, and then that happened, and it didn't work anymore. God damn. At least I have this, which is good enough. However, I need to pee 1 second or 2 minutes or something.
I'm not loyal to anybody. I'm a demon. It's muscle time! I have no loyalty for anyone. Never did, never will. I'm a demon. I'm a demon.
Did I hear nothing? Is that what happens?
I'm not loyal to anybody.
What did you do, Stony? What happened? What? What am I seeing? What is that? That's crazy. That's crazy. What happened? Pull-ups with wet hand is not a good idea. It happened. It happens. It happens. And we are currently still in slow mode. So, uh, I mean, I see slow mode in my fucking chain. That's wild. Oh, am I gonna die now? Would be appreciated. Could be nice. Be nice. So yeah, like Capwood is really really cool and really interesting to see and to work with. Like their transitions, their animations, their stuff is just it is so good. But yeah. Um uh before you go though, Taki, unless you are already out, but don't I'm gonna say something. Don't work on the UI. Work on how the thing works as soon as you can. And in priority, not the UI. UI is the thing that you do at the end. You want the thing to work and then you want to make it pretty, but you want the thing to work first. So the thing that I'm building right now, I have been spending the past few, I would say days now, the past week, making sure that my database system and my data layer is working and in place and work and so on. And the fact that I had the ID for the background being like a gradient, it took me like 5 seconds. So I did that, and it makes the app more clean and more interesting and so on. But I'm not necessarily working on the UI that much. I'm back at it, but just like yeah, but okay, so let me rephrase that then.
Trauma!
What I'm saying is it would be better to have the most basic implementation, the most basic layout as you can, to make sure that the database, the backend, the server, the things already work, and then build a UI on top of that. If that's not the case, or if that's already the case, it oh damn, I'm really happy with this shit. That's pretty good. I'm blown away. I am blown away. So yeah, so if everything that you already have is good, then you're good. Like again, my discovery page, look at how shitty that looks. I mean, you can't see much, but this is like I don't care. I need the thing to work, and that's it. Like this is not centered. I mean, this is centered. It's not supposed to be centered. My profile is just how many perfume I have, how many words I have, and like it's just that's it, nothing else. And then right now, because I finally have my data layer organized, I finally have my thinking organized. I can now take more time to add things like the shader in the background to give you your perfume environment and so on. But for that, nah. And even then, like right here, this page is absolutely hideous, and I need to change that. But that's going to be for later. Like this is absolutely not accessible. That there is no question about it. That button is not visible, and I need to change that because it's important. So yeah, right now the main issue that I have is that I can't really scroll from the entire screen. I need to put something in that says like I can't pull from on top of the cards because otherwise it's just not going to make any sense. Or I'm going to need to make sure that the cards themselves are taking the available space underneath. And because I know that this button is going to be here, like we have it right there, which this one is kind of broken, but that's fine. Like that's an easy thing to do. And with the thing that I learned yesterday, 2 days ago, yesterday from Sean, it's going to be easier than I thought. But that's good. And at least two don't exist. So, bring back up. But sometimes my greetings are way more complex than this. And so it could go to 3 lines. So, yeah. That's the thing. But yeah, Teki, if you already have the backend, the skeleton of the app, and you just need the UI, then yeah, do that. If not, skeleton first. Make sure that you have all the pages, all the thing that you need, that the data is going in, and then you can just spend more time. But yeah, that's not the thing. Again, I forgot. No. Ah. Yeah, that makes no sense. I never know where these things are. Bitch, get out. Sorry. Yeah, no, I forgot. It's fine. There. Holy shit, it's called font sizes. My bad. Whew, that took a while. But yeah, no, that's the main recommendation. And then going back to what I was saying a second ago in terms of again ask because that's my thing. That's for your own because we were talking about a potential app that looks similar to this, not exactly this. This is Pig Plants, which is I don't know if it's a real app. I don't know if it's a concept, but it's an app to make sure that you take care of your plants. And the design is pretty cute. It's very simple. It works. It looks like a test project, and it's interesting. But that made me think about something or think of something. I don't know. Um, with the speed at which I have been creating the perfume app, in terms of my first version was done in a day. I feel like we have the ability to potentially build things per week. Uh, I don't want to become a dev, and I know I'm going to use AI assisted code because I can't do anything otherwise. Why? Um, I don't see why we wouldn't create the concepts of apps and things together and then plan the design and then have the code and the design and the app on the App Store in a week for things that are like potentially good, potentially bad. I don't know, but that could be an interesting concept for the streams as well. I don't know. I don't know. Um, yeah, basically the thing that is to me the most impressive is that anything that is like simple, and when I'm saying simple, I'm like air quoting it again, but not necessarily fully, where you have things like you know what? I'm gonna open Twitter because it's gonna be much easier for me to go to Sean's uh, platform. So Sean Allen, which I'm following for anything SwiftUI related, I would highly recommend and all their Twitter things, all that. Um, has been basically creating apps and building other things for a long time. But most importantly, lately he's been trying to acquire apps for his own developer portfolio. And the last one that happened was this one. He bought this thing, which is the Roast app. And basically, what it does is you put a picture of yourself or a friend, and then you have a level of roast of 1 flame, 2 flame, 3 flames. And it goes through the basic LLM system with AI, and it roasts your picture. It's really dumb. It's really simple. When I look at the UI, I'm like, that's something that I could basically create in like probably 15 minutes to an hour in terms of the design, not anything else. Um, and he bought that because he wanted to know how the LLM worked and so on, because it was interesting. I don't know exactly how much he bought it for. I know he bought it for or on from acquire.com, which is a platform that I could probably find this listing as in sold or removed at some point, but it doesn't matter. I don't care about the price. But this is a very, very, very simple app, which I do believe I probably could build again in a day max. Nonetheless, this is what I call fast fashion, for sure. This is way too simple, but it's making $800 a month, which is impressive. I don't know how they managed that, but they managed that. Um, and you know, like it exists. Um, so that could mean that we could build things. That's what I'm saying. Um, I do agree with your last message, by the way. I just read it now. So uh, I I do agree that it's kind of hard to figure out what is thought through and useful and positive and so on. I do think that I wouldn't create something, or I wouldn't want to create something that I don't understand. So going back to the debacle of Wednesday, I have no interest and no understanding of the market in which that person was trying to build the app, um, project thing, whatever. That doesn't help me in any way to help in any meaningful manner. So for Jeroen, where he was talking about potentially building an app for himself for his gardening thing, that's something that is really interesting to him and would help him figure out, remember when things would be useful and so on. Like you need to harvest your potatoes and like that type of stuff where you don't really have visuals. Tomatoes, that's fine. Potatoes, it's under the ground. You don't know exactly how much they grow and how much time they have and so on. So that's an interesting thing. I don't necessarily have a garden, so I wouldn't be able to check and test it out. And that's why I'm building like a perfume app. But if I was to build something else, like someone built like a caffeine in the bloodstream widget type of thing, I don't know if you've seen that, where basically it tracks your caffeine level in your bloodstreams, which is in the fucking god damn it, in the fucking title, and you have just a very simple chart that shows you how much it's decreased across time. It's really nice to see, and that's something that I would highly like to have because I'm drinking 2 monsters a day, kinda, and so having some sort of an easy to scan and easy to remember like how much I am. Can I get another one now? Is it too early for not have the jitter or something? Like that type of stuff. It's useful. It's useful. I have a feeling that this was on Threads and not on Twitter, based on the fact that I haven't found it right here. And we are seeing things that we have talked about last week. So I think this was on Threads, which means you can't see that. Let me do that. Yeah, there is a reason why you can't see that. So much reason right here, right? That last pixelated thing was exactly the reason. So much ass. One day. One day this thing will just load, just load. But no, it doesn't. Well, I can't find it. It doesn't matter. But yeah, I would only build something that I feel like either me or you, one of you, is interested in or has like enough knowledge in to be able to say, oh yeah, this is like a pain point that we have, and therefore, if we fix this for this existing app, then it makes more sense, or it just like, um, it works. I just found it. God damn it, it took me a while. This thing, uh, it looks good. Like that's all I'm gonna say. There's nothing else other than that. I wish we could fucking show the playback buttons and things, but we can't. Um, but yeah, it looks really nice, and that's it. And that might be enough to, have users and so on across the day. Yeah, I like that idea. I like that concept. I think it's a very, very simple thing. And I don't know if this thing is going to be free. I don't know why it wouldn't be free. That's the last thing. And these I didn't check that. This is exactly what I need for my background. God damn, that looks good. But yeah, maybe we could build things. I don't know. I don't know. Could happen. Could happen. Or not. It depends. It depends. Uh, a new one? I see the similarities with the playlist. Um, yeah, it's a very unique, not uncommon icon. Yeah, I never seen that before. Uh, that's bad. Cool. Good to know. You said try the writer mode when clicking on the pen on the right bottom corner. The right bottom corner. There's a pen? That's a pen? Or am I missing something? Bitch, get out. Am I missing something here? Um, oh, that pen. Sorry. My bad. My bad. Ah, that's bad. Cool. Good to know. Ooh. That's bad as well, but that's cool. Oh. Oh. Yes. Yes. Fine. I don't know why you would do that, but you did that. You need anchors. You need anchors on the sides. That is necessary. You don't really have a choice on this one. Um, huh? All right, cool. Um, it doesn't matter. It's fine. It makes sense. Can I do that? No, I can't. Interesting. Anyways, let me build something else. Ooh. Ah. Oh. Okay. Damn. All right. I don't know what that is, but that does nothing. And I don't know what that is, but that does nothing yet. Cool. Uh, all right. So you're doing things good. You're doing things good. Um, because that's bad. Yes. Then you have customization. You can define if you want the grid, the dotted, the whatever, the nothing. That would be for later. Hit dang. Background color. Cool. Um, your nodes for that is are really tricky to really grasp. There is something about it that is just not working, and that's kind of sad. But that's after the fact. It doesn't really matter, as you said. It's just like in the beginning. So things that don't work. Let me see if I can do that. No, not that. Not that, bitch. Can I do that? No, I can't. Yeah, that's the issue. That's issue number one, unless this is issue number two. Yeah, I basically lost drag mode or select mode for some reason. Yeah. Refresh. So, first things. Your first view is this, which is good. That's fine. This drop some note needs to be part of the background, meaning that if I click and drag, it needs to remain in the center and not have like the grid move around. It needs to follow my cursor basically. That's the first thing. Doing this and have this stay in place is kind of weird because it doesn't provide me the feedback of, oh, I can drag and move things around. I would guess, but if I have never seen a dotted grid in my life, I wouldn't be able to know. So if I just did that for some reason, I don't know why, but that would happen, I would see that, oh, things move, cool. When this happened, that's fine. It's zooming me in a bit much. I wouldn't mind this instead. Like half the size would be okay. However, the second thing is when I click again to get a second one, it's on top of the first one. Same thing that we have on the playlist. So you want that to, be somewhere that is not the same place as the first one. That's the idea. Make sure that this is not, because it's always at 0, 0 apparently. But that's something. Again, after that, I think the nodes needs to be on the side as well as top and bottom. Yeah, even slightly offset would be good enough, but not necessary. Folder is fun. This thing, I don't know what it is. That as well. The thing that I would give you, not really, but kind of, when it comes to these tools, right now, the icons that you're using are not necessarily something that people are going to understand by default. You may have different icons, and that may just be like cursor generated icons. SVG icons are just not that good, which is fine. At least get yourself some tooltips. Yeah. Oh, that didn't work earlier. Ah. Sorry, these three didn't work earlier because something happened when the folder was added to the view. Interesting. I don't know what that does, but yeah. You had the last blue button from the menu. The bucket. So way to hide elements. As in I can put things in the bucket. Or I can put the bucket on top of stuff. Oh. It's not working? Is it working? It is working. Oh, ah. I don't think it's a good idea, but I don't know. This is mostly something that is like a me thing with um object permanence. If something is not in the view, I will absolutely forget, like 100% forget that this exists or has ever existed. Like I wouldn't know. And so I would lose track of this with like no question about it. I would just not be able to do anything about it because I would just forget that it exists. So that's to me, that is why I'm laughing. I would just forget. Not good. Again, point of view, my thing. Um, Other than that, you did really good. Notes needs to be bigger, as always. Like it's, I'm biased because I've built many of these, but I forgot if this one is good though. Oh, let me see. Um, where you at? Bitch, where you at? You're supposed to be like kind of easy to find, and I can't find you. God damn it. Uh, that's not the thing. God damn. Um, like my nodes, even though these ones are like very much big, I have made sure that if the nodes exist, they are as external, not covering the content, and only there on hover, so that it doesn't bother me when I'm looking at things, but I can just, select one of them and click and drag and so on. On this one specifically, because I have like multiple other things, this is like not what it's supposed to do. This is supposed to be somewhere around here, or even somewhere around. Not even the case. It doesn't matter. This is an old product. The ID that we had was depending on the icon that we are using, or depending on the tool, you have different types of lines, different types of options around your element. So nonetheless, that doesn't change the fact that I would rather have something that is more visible than something that is less visible. My point. That's it. The rest is the thing that I was about to say is for your bottom section, at least have this, if possible, just on hover, give your users what they can use. And the most important, everything has shifted up. That makes no sense. If you can, make sure that you have shortcuts that users know. So for me, because this is like a tool that is built by a designer, the shortcuts that I know are the designer shortcuts. But what I said when I sent that to the dev was if you know, or if we know from the user base that they have a habit of shortcuts and like P is their hand tool on all of their platforms and text is something else. It's like V or something. I don't know. It doesn't matter. Or P for paragraph, whatever. We will need to change this. But for now, because we are designers dev and we kind of know these shortcuts already, we're going to use that. But just remember that that might change. That's something to keep in mind when you're building. But yeah, have some tooltips at the bottom to make sure that the user know exactly what they can do. And then, shit like this, like different tools for different actions and different linking situation. Obviously, I'm biased on what FigJam is doing because it's not the best, but kind of the best currently when it comes to, oh, that's tiny. When it comes to, that's a new tab bar. That's interesting. When it comes to things, if you are doing like adding a post-it sticky note, you just drop it in so you can see how things are a bit different. When you click, you have it that is added to your cursor, but as long as you don't click back, you don't drop anything. It's not like dropping wherever in the view, it's dropping where you drop it. But that is easier and better for not overlapping things. And then you can just press escape to go back. And then they have what I would love to, or what I would recommend you to have, nonetheless. God damn it. Which is this. You have a plus that will just give you the ability to, add more stuff in whatever direction you want based on what is selected. That's just going to be much faster. After that, obviously selection if you can. That's for later. I get it. But yeah, you can see my main point being as soon as I release something, you see the nodes. My nodes are really big, or at least they are outside of my content and not bothering me as the user. That's the recommendation. Other than that, you did a really good job. Not gonna lie on that. Congrats. It's pretty responsive. It works really well. Like I kind of understand everything that needs to happen and how things are gonna happen. So that's really nice. I would say, if you had, and you probably will at some point, if you had the vision of having things like I forgot about that. If you had the vision of having things like if I'm taking this element and I'm putting it on top of something, and it's like these two are going to be red and outline, and then I release that create a folder. Like by default, that is creating the folder because that's the behavior. That would make a lot more sense to me. And I understand that you have like a vertical flow type of situation. But that's impractical, at least for me. Like my flow is chaotic, as we talked about before. So I would rather have things that can be spread out, and potentially I have like this column is gonna like go back into that column later. So yeah, yeah. The thing that I wanted to touch on though is this: if I'm on notes and I click on it, the cursor is going at the front, which is that's fine. However, if I type H for hello, this should be removed. So basically, what I'm saying is also the fact that Command Z is working. Congrats. That's impressive. The thing is, right now, this is the placeholder, and it needs to be deleted as soon as I'm starting to type. And it's the same thing when I'm going here. I'm at the front, and I'm not doing anything. Like it's not removing stuff from that view. So it's, I would say that's the only thing that is kind of different. But yeah, other than that, yeah, the fact that it's not a placeholder is kind of interesting because I mean, it kind of forces me to think about it. But the fact that it's a placeholder because the cursor is going at the front, but isn't removed is kind of wild. And it's the same thing for the to do, I'm guessing. No, the to do works exactly the same as I'm expecting it to work. So that's a placeholder. Clicking on it, now it's removed. So you have the behavior somewhere. Your whole blobby navigation thing here is kind of debatable compared to the rest, but I get it. I get it. And back to what I said last time. I know you probably followed that as well. What the bias is doing, kind of similar, at least from my point of view. It looks kind of similar, and I would highly recommend you to get there for inspiration. Just get into the media section and just take a look. You know, just just look at how smooth the things are and how easy things are. Uh, he is. He is. I am on the beta testing list. I'm waiting. Yeah. He's been building it for so long. Um, yeah. Yes, he is using Swift. He is. This is like a native app situation in macOS. Uh, I think you should be able to get something similar with React. To be honest, this is just motion. Listen, I just say this is just motion. It is just motion. It's micro interaction in motion. The behaviors are pretty simple. It's the index and stacking. You should be good. It's not saying it's not that complex, but it's not that complex. Um, that is true as well. Yes, that is a fair point. I mean, to be honest, Chris has the habits of using names that just sounds really, you know, existing. Nonetheless, cool concept. The thing that is good, yes. The thing that is good, at least from my point of view, is that obviously I see your stuff in different stages than, or at different stages than other people will. Um, yes. I mean, it makes the most sense. I appreciate it, to be honest. Just that's what it does. That's it. Figure it out, which is good. I I see you, Keith. Like, I'm looking at playlists. I see what you've been. I'm looking at flow notes now. I see you again. This is like something that is a very much you interface, a very much you behavior, trying things with nodes and noded background and so on. You're not the only one to do that. But I recognize the line choices and the other thing that you're doing. You know, not delete post-it. That's the thing that is also pissing me off because that makes no sense. Should be able to. But yeah, like I recognize your style, which is basically the same thing that I'm saying when I'm looking at my own apps, like Can and Perfume is kind of the same type of vibe, specifically in the default state with the blue colors. Um, but yeah, like that's interesting. That's good to have a style, at least I would say. And it's not like yeah, it's not like an AI generated style. You are still using AI to generate the things, which is good, but it's not like the default thing that Cursor would create. That makes sense. So you get something that is much more interesting. Other than that, I mean, you know where you have like things that are currently broken, so you should be good. And Yeah, the rest is really good. Like your drag situation is really nice. Anything else is anything else. The rest is really nice. Uh, and could recommend. So yeah. Uh, this is something that I haven't touched on. I kind of wanted to, but I didn't because that's the thing that we were supposed to talk on Wednesday. I mean, not this one, but this one is. Yes, yes, you can use that as a portfolio for sure. Again, anything that is working specifically for devs, anything that is working, portfolio, yes, do it. For designers, anything that is working is a bonus. Anything that is good looking and understandable, that's really good. But yeah, anytime you have the ability to send a link and say you have a live version here, like it is published and you can use it right there, that's the most impactful thing. This is the what's new in UI kits. This is a 64 minutes reads, which is like really long. This is the entirety of the iOS 26 SDK, which I love that they have done this. To say, this was supposed to be 19, but no. And everything in there is explaining all of the newest things that are related to how to use liquid glass and the new iOS 26 environment into UI kit, which is really interesting because I don't think Apple is pushing for UI kit apps, but still they have converted for UI kit 26, and that will give me a lot of things because UI kit is the most system level, I would say. Like SwiftUI is top level front end. UI kit is a bit more, yeah, underneath. And then underneath that, we have Objective C, I think. Maybe. So yeah, if you also want to build for iOS, I would highly recommend you to go through that if you are interested in building for UI kit as well. It is really important to know how things exist and how you can use them, so that you have everything in the right. So that's something that goes into the design resources and stay there. But the thing that I wanted to talk about was this, because that was funny. I saw someone ask Dia for promo codes, right? Used, I think, Dia or Comet, I forgot. And I wanted to do the same thing in ChatGPT, just see if it worked. And because the website that I was like asking for was French, decided to fully answer in French. And the fact that he said, "All right, guess we're building or we are going full baguette mode," is kind of impressive. I wouldn't think a roast for the French from ChatGPT would happen, but it still happened, and I'm really happy with it. That's it. That's the side note. Is the side note. But yeah, that's the overall. That's the thing. Overall, that's it. God damn it. Oh, oh, God damn. Oh. I'm not dying. Yes. My phone is so delayed on the stream that I could see myself go do the pull-ups. That's crazy. Crazy. Doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any sense. Yeah. I think that's about it. I think that's about it. Unless you have questions, as always. But yeah, Clark is live as always on the Fridays, which I think it's been 2 weeks, so that happens. Daddy's live as well, as Stoney mentioned. And yeah. Matt is live. That's a first. That is a first. Ooh, that's interesting. Yes, why not? Why not? They are lagging though. I understand why, but god dang. Not dev or underscore dev, not the. You sure? All right. As always, thanks for being here. Highly appreciate it. If you want to watch the VOD for some reason, this is going to be on YouTube. Yeah, if you have a question or not live, you can ask them on Discord in the design request, feedback, things, help, whatever. I forgot the name of the channel every time. Doesn't really matter. This schedule is wrong. I'm live at 4:20 nowadays, but that's the right days. So I shall be back there on Monday at 4:20. Yes, that's the plan. That is the plan. So yeah, as always, if you want to learn Japanese, CAD is pretty good. Obviously not biased. And if you want to give me some money, you can sub here, but that's not necessary. I would rather you buy something like a UI kit. You know, it makes sense. It helps me. It helps you. It's good. We're not biased either. But yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing. I should be back on Monday. Would be good, Tiki. Congrats. That's an appropriate number of messages. Yeah, that's good. That's good. And Stony and Stream Element at one of a difference. That is impressive. Anyways, take care of yourself, eat something, drink something, be kind to each other, and I'll see you all next time. Bye.